Okay, good morning, everyone. It is that time once again. Yes, indeed, the weeklies. But things are gonna be a little different this week. And as you can see, I am still playing catch up with every single product from earlier tonight. And at the same time, too, I've got my HP laptop ready because I'm getting ready to take care of another section of my website, which I'll talk about in a little bit here. Which I will take care of in a bit here. I'm going to see how much of this I can take care of. All right. I don't think we're going to have enough time to do that last one, so.
Round one of the draft takes place tomorrow night from Green Bay. The Steelers have the 21st overall pick, and head coach Mike Tomlin said Aaron Rodgers won't affect their strategy. Your next news update in less than 30 minutes. Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. The Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS is conducting a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test. This has been a test of the emergency alert system on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. This was only a test. Pittsburgh weather.
Drew, I know, I know, I see you in the group call, but let me finish catching up first, and then I'll join you. Okay? So be patient.
County in north central Texas until 9:15 a.m. Central Daylight Time. At 6:12 a.m. Central Daylight Time, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 1.5 and 2 inches of rain have fallen. The expected rainfall rate is 1.5 to 2 inches in 1 hour. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard: flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source: radar. Impact: flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Dallas, Fort Worth, Arlington, Garland, Irving, Grand Prairie, Mesquite, Mansfield, Rowland, Euless, DeSoto, Bedford, Grapevine, Cedar Hill, Duncanville, Hearst, Lancaster, Waxahachie, Farmers Branch, and Balch Springs. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most of flood deaths occur in vehicles.
Okay, done with this logger. Okay. All right. That's it. Now we'll go ahead and join him. And then let's see. Wow, there weren't too many. Wow, there aren't too many Comcasts. Because a lot of them decided to test on Easter Day, which is impressive. And what's even more impressive is that last night every Verizon cluster did their test. Oh my god, this one didn't even last 15 minutes and it cut me off. But regardless, I do not think VHO11 even tried at all. So, okay, next one. All right, next one. While I play catch up with the Comcast, let's do the Wordle for today. Oh, that's right. I turned this thing off. Save battery power on it. All right, next one. When was this made? This one was a while ago. Great. Song on that lemon bird. And looks like that's it for Cox as I get Elkhart up here. And then when I'm done here with this, I gotta go ahead and pull them up now. And there they are. The two lovely things. 2 more Comcasts to go. And last one. Oh yeah, we gotta finish up the Wordle too. And that looks to be it then. And ozone is today's word. For some reason now it's not detecting my voice. Let's see if it detects it now. Or maybe I might be too quiet. Okay, there we go. There we are. There we go. It was just that I was too quiet. Well, yeah, considering it is the morning, so. All right. So before I even go on and before I even go on and brush my teeth and stuff like that, first let's briefly talk about what happened last night after we left you all. So, as I've been saying, I am actually still making quite some progress on the website, as many of you all know. Yes, many of you all know I am really making progress on this website. So, at the current moment, yeah, save changes. I think I probably made this a little hard by just opening all of them at once instead of one at a time. It is on here where I need to make some changes, but I'll explain. That one's going to be the first one, and this will be the second one. There we go. Actually, no, I'll actually have WRES in case we need it. So yeah, as I just said, I have been making great progress on my website so far. So I went from Indianapolis, which is where I started, and then I ended last night at Omaha, Nebraska. And I was just about to get to letter P, and then I figured it was going to take a while, so I decided to stop there and come back to it tomorrow. And now it is the next day. So I'm gonna take care of the so I'm gonna take care of the P's before we even get to the actual weeklies themselves. So I'm just making sure being put in correctly and in the correct order. And plus, along the way, I'm gonna also take care of where's WFXM? Oh, I never added that back, didn't I? And plus, along the way, I'm gonna take care of the letter Q because that's the only thing of that letter that's left. And then when that's done, we should be able to have that done before all the weeklies get started. Now, normally I would turn all my radios on, but yes, as many of you know, yesterday NWS Chicago and a few other offices, as I've discovered last night, commenced scheduled AWIPS upgrades. So they're taking every single NWR transmitter for Chicago is, while it is still actually broadcasting, it's not actually broadcasting actual content. It's just playing that off air message. So that means Chicago will not be testing today. And since this is going to continue into Thursday, they probably will not test tomorrow either. So that means they're going to wait till Friday. Peachtree City is still doing their upgrades. Des Moines is doing their upgrades, so both of their tests are postponed. Tulsa is also doing upgrades. Tampa's doing their upgrades as well. Honolulu is upgrading. Gray Main is upgrading. Buffalo is upgrading. And Pendleton is upgrading. So all those tests are postponed until Friday. However, there's a few other ones on my list too, but those are related to today's severe weather event, which again we'll see what happens, and I'll put those in later. When we get to the end of the main section. So it's gonna be a little different this week, where I don't get to turn my radios on. So it's gonna be quite interesting. And plus, I'll show you. And plus, after I get my teeth brushed here, well, actually, since there is some, like I said, I want to get caught up on this now. So let me play catch up first with these products, really fast, and then we will. And then I'm gonna go brush my teeth here, and I'll show you the. Then I'll show you some more work with the website. And hopefully this time Chicago will end up making up their weekly, unlike that one week. And then WSBC. So yeah, as I'm playing catch up here with all of this, as I've just said, last night, the receiver cut out before we even hit 3:50 a.m. So I'm just gonna put the silent snippet to remind myself that they did test. And then here's WJS. And then these little things. So yeah. So last night, as I've said, every other Verizon cluster had actually ended up doing their test, which shocked me, because I wasn't expecting all of them, to go in one night. Well, actually, almost all of them went. Actually, almost all of them went. The only one that did not go was VHO 11.
Texas.
Oh, here comes Amtrak. So, in terms of Verizon, yeah, every single one. So in the following, so here's the order of how it all went. Here's how it all went. VHO 6, then 5, no, 6, then 14, then 5, then 7, then 4, then 15, and then 8.
The current vehicles.
That replaces this one. Four. Comcast and Cox Communications. And then I saw one more Comcast go just now, so I'll add that in. Then I'll go brush my teeth, and then I'll continue construction of the website. I would like to try and get the letter P and Q done this morning before before the evening class tonight, where then I can just speed my way through the rest of the construction of it. So 406, 27, 450 and 454. So these two. This one came right at 4 a.m. This one's 4:54 Central Time. And this one's 5 a.m. All right. And then, like I said, there's one more Comcast to take care of. Oh, actually, there's not one or two, but three. Really quick. Oh, this is a monthly. All right. Well, I guess we can.
weather or failure of the 911 system or other life-threatening condition, the official message will follow the alert tone. This concludes this test of the emergency alert system.
Okay, and then this one. All right. Now I'll just add these in. So here's what I'm doing to make the process in some way easier. So I'm starting by putting in the station call signs first onto the website. And this is likely the same tactic I'm going to use to finish up the website at the very end. Perhaps tomorrow when I finish this section. Just throw these two in. Okay. We're all up to date. So let me first finish putting in the information for Peachtree City. Well, the first pieces of information for that office. And then after I do that, then I'm going to go get brushed up here for this morning. Or I didn't match the stream URL. There we go. And I'm just using FM stream to match the URL. This is AM. This is 990. QZY. And I've changed my mind about WRAS. We're going to remove that as well. What was that? KBVC. Just delete the button because it's not going to be used. Pull up WMBS. Not present. There we go. Save that. All right. Let me go get brushed up and then we'll continue. But first,
This is a required weekly test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test. This is a required weekly test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test. This is a test of the Pennsylvania Emergency Alert System. The broadcasters, cable operators of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the Federal Communications Commission and other agencies, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. This agency serves the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and the County of Fayette. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been given emergency information or instructions. This concludes this test of the Pennsylvania Emergency Alert System. And now,
Okay, so all done with that. And while I was brushing, I remembered that I got a box of Belvitas for Easter this year. KXLEAMFM.com / KLXCFM MP3, I believe. .mp3lo. Yep, it works. All right, we're doing FM. And 3 out of Ellensburg, Washington. ACI is up next.
Listen up. A financial expert has a way to help your wallet and stay on budget. Verizon has an amazing guarantee as the first and only carrier offering a 3-year price lock for mobile and home internet plans. Financial expert with Trace Acevedo. It's this guarantee is such an amazing deal. Verizon is guaranteed for customers until cost elected by locking in a special price for 3 years. This is really something consumers should take advantage of. The 3-year price lock includes my plan and my plans. Acevedo adds that this isn't a promotion, it's a policy. It demonstrates the value Verizon brings to customers. I always advise people to get maximum value for their money, and a 3-year lock guarantees peace of mind in today's market. It shows that consumers are never for Verizon. All my plan customers can trade in for a free home. Verizon is
KCI.
satellite text messaging for qualifying devices. Visit Verizon.com for more information. The next best thing, get a second opinion. It's free. Here's Zach Abraham, Chief
Dalles, Oregon.
After all things, it's always smart to get a second opinion. And the same is true
KHKO.
retirement portfolio. And we offer that second opinion with a free no risk portfolio review. Do you know what your risk management strategy is? Are you confident the composition of your portfolio for 2021? Reveal about is always for opportunities to lower your risk, lower costs, and give your retirement as much upside. You win retirement. Second opinion. Your portfolio sufficiency. Schedule your free review right at knowyourriskradio.com. Don't put it off. Go to knowyourriskradio.com. Investment advice, risk choices, financial policy. First year not guaranteed. Investment almost doesn't guarantee future results. Strike 1 Hey, this is Chad Benson. We'll be right back on WMOH 1450 The Ticket. Taking over your insurance policies lately? Now's the time to do so. Auto, home, life insurance. Dennis Sasser, your Fairfield State agent, serving Fairfield families and businesses for years. Helps life go right. 223 Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, and Ohio. Mark and Cobb can handle all your Chevrolet, Buick, and GMC needs. Go see my friends at
Right, so we're going to Pendleton right now.
Cincinnati, Richmond, Indiana. My friends from Rose Automotive are thrilled to be serving the Eaton market and can't wait
There we
to help
go.
you into your next Chevrolet, Buick, or GMC. Mark and Cobb, drive the extra 20 to save. Nobody cares about hockey and pro maintenance. Why does NHL attendance continue to set records? Then join your family fans on to see the best game on ice for the percentage season, and that's not counting the as nations based on drafting the perfect roster means getting
Still Ohio.
season after season. Ego outdoor power. That's
VAQ. The next one.
sunny skies today. The high 79. Mostly clear tonight. The low 54. Sunny on Thursday with afternoon thunderstorms and a high 81. Chance of showers Thursday night with low 61. Showers on Friday, high 77. Showers Friday night with and on Saturday and chance of showers Thursday, partly sunny. High 66. This is Hugh Hewitt. Join me today at 3 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket. And there's Fred Fibble. Fred Fibble is a fictional character created by Lucas Allen Cruikshank.
It's ECZ. It's the other way around.
As we celebrate 20 years of YouTube today. That's right, 20 years ago. First video. Something that was supposed to be a dating app turned out to be YouTube. Some of the other things maybe you don't know about YouTube, it is the second largest search engine in the world.
Well, this is AM. BTC. This is AM as well. Find that photo with the button and fix it. Yeah, sometimes I gotta pull it up a second time in order to get the full options. There we go. That gets the whole thing to fit. There we go. Now it's perfect. Fill Ohio, and this has a time. All right, and then we go down now to. Now we're on Pocatello. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna. I'm gonna finish putting down the information for all these stations, and then we'll set up. Then we'll get the things set up for the weeklies, and then we'll put in the information for all the transmitters, for all the other things, and then when we are done, well, and then maybe we'll get to another one if we have time. If we don't, oh well. Then I'll finish it. Then I'll finish it during my evening class, evening lecture tonight. Out of Salmon, Idaho. Oh, yeah, and I was watching the random character, the random character thing, especially this part from the second one where I called the vertical line, and I King would have said, wouldn't it have been great if there were four of them in the puzzle at that amount? Vertical line. Wouldn't it be great if there were four of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking. There aren't, but I'm just asking. It'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue. That's how much fun that was. Vertical line. And Brandon knew how great this was. Getting I King to say things. One. That amount. I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. It'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue. That one's really good. That amount. I'm just asking hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asking. It'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue. Continue. Bye. Wouldn't it be great if there were four in the puzzle at that amount?
I'm just asked hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asked that. That'd be nice, right? Nice. Anyway, continue.
Boy, that's another awesome.
Hypothetically, there are, but I'm just asked that. That'd be nice, right? Nice. Anyway, continue. It'd be nice if there were 4 vertical lines.
Organ.
Plus die. And there's no plus.
Actually, that last one on the list.
Line. Wouldn't it be great if there were another puzzle that amount? I'm just asked hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asked that. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
I can't get enough of this game.
Line. Line. Wouldn't it be great if there were another puzzle that amount? I'm just asked hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asked that. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue. It'd be nice if there were 4 vertical lines. Does it make money? Well. So far. Whatever. Go.
No nines in the puzzle.
And there's no plus.
That's weird. Edge is still blue, although it's supposed to match. Although it's supposed to match the. Although it's actually supposed to match the green color. Oh well. Oh well.
That amount. I'm just asked hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asked that. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue. It'd be nice if there were 4 vertical lines. Vertical line. Wouldn't it be great if there were another puzzle? Wouldn't it be? Vertical line. Wouldn't it be great if there were another puzzle that amount? I'm just asked hypothetically. There are, but I'm just asked that. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue. It'd be nice if there were 4 vertical lines. Does it make go?
I mean, I just couldn't stop watching those random character extravaganzas, considering how much fun they were. 2.3. And then KBLJAM.
Play
And then KBPL,
What happened to my internet?
BPL.
What happened?
Yeah, and I think I just noticed I actually forgot to put a forecast office in, but I'm gonna do that after I go through this initial list. Here to go. 1240 hertz and 105.5. Springs, Colorado. That is the end of the K's, but or the P's or whatever. But like I said, I forgot Paducah, so I want to go back and I want to go ahead and take care of Paducah before we proceed any further. So WMIX, KDX, WPKY, WBIO, WKDZ, and finally WFGS. Centralia, Illinois. KDX. Oh wait, this one is AM and FM. 90 and 102.3. Dexter, Missouri. Two point nine. Cape Girardeau, Missouri. KFP goes to its section. WBIO.
Składam dat.
Philpott, Kentucky. WFGS.
Wow.
Well, I have WNBS, but I'll need to switch this to its MP3. NBC 1 is not valid, but 3. Nope, not valid either. IBC 2 is not valid. IBC 4 is valid. So, 3.7. This one does have a time. 7 a.m. Central. New KDZ is up next. Yeah, it's been about 15 minutes, and I know Mobile usually goes. If they don't go earlier, then usually they go around this particular time. Well, we'll see. There's an AM/FM. Interesting. But this one is the real country, so we'll do that. Cadiz, Kentucky. I would put a timestamp there, but I haven't seen them go at that specific time lately. So, and just yesterday they went at 4 p.m., which is unusual. And it seems like Jacksonville isn't testing either, so I'm guessing maybe they postponed because of the severe weather risk. But again, I have yet to check. It's at 94.1. Mount Vernon, Illinois. WPKY is the last one for Paducah. There's Olmsted, Minnesota.
That's 3201.
1580. Princeton, Kentucky. All right. Now we're on to the Quad Cities. And DVN. And CZ. I actually put the information down for that transmitter already. So all I just need to do is just throw in the 5.9 out of Fairfield, Iowa. KMCH. And it looks like we got our answer. Jacksonville still testing despite the severe weather threat.
Automatically activated by the state of the impending hazard. Of the state and receivers performance are normally conducted by the National Weather Service between 10 a.m. and noon each Wednesday. If there is a possibility of severe weather, the test will be postponed to the next available good weather day. This broadcast, and especially the warning alarm tone, will vary at any given location. This variability will be more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter and occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in good working order. The warning alarm tone will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings for the following counties in northeast of Florida: Clay, Duval, Nassau, Putnam, and St. John, and for Camden County in southeast Georgia. In addition to the regular tone alarm, the NOAA weather radio system is equipped with an additional warning device called SANE, which is short for Specific Area Message Encoder. Unlike the normal warning tone, which alerts all alarmable NOAA weather radios in range of this broadcast, SANE allows people with a SANE-equipped weather radio to be notified of watches and/or warnings affecting only the county desired. For more information regarding NOAA weather radio, contact the National Weather Service at 1370 Shine Drive, Jacksonville, Florida 32218, or call 1-908-74370. Website at weather.gov. This concludes the weekly test of NOAA weather radio station KHP39.
It's going out now. Alright, so we can cross Jacksonville off our list. They still got their weekly in. Now we wait on the others. $99.3 out of LaSalle, Illinois. WIUM is up next. 91.3 out of Macomb, Illinois. There is a time attached. 8 and 9 a.m. Central Time. Since there are like 3 left, I'm just going to go ahead and replace the stream link on the last 2. As we get closer to the end. As we're nearing the end here. And who's that? Is that
At weather.gov/checks. This concludes the weekly test of NOAA weather radio station KH39.
on 106.1? Washington, Iowa. ATF. Butte, Iowa. All right. And that leaves us with one more. WCZ on 93.9 of Carthage, Illinois. That's a total of 49 files that are in the queue waiting to be written. Did I even take care of did I take care of Pendleton or Phoenix? Because I don't think I did, but I want to just check and make sure. Yeah, it looks like I didn't do NWR. So I'm gonna take care of. Oh yeah, 5. Yeah, 5 NWR. 5 additional NWR streams. I'm gonna have to take care of as well. So I'm gonna take care of that right after we get the streams together. So let's finally get the XPS logged in. Okay, get these in their places. And of course, we will be adjusting this accordingly for system upgrades that are still ongoing. All right. One machine is ready. Now for the XPS. Go to a different one. Different one. And then this device. There's my Target truck crash video still in the favorites. Fun. I need an extra. Hot. That's only 5. It's gonna be in the 70s in Michigan in April. Yeah. Pretty neat. Alright, and then we need to set up all 6 of these screens on this machine. So I just need to line them up on the screen. We're gonna have to change.
It's gonna be late test.
Oh, is that why they're not testing today? No, that's Corpus. No, that's Corpus. That's Corpus. That's Corpus Christi, not Mobile. That was Corpus Christi, not Mobile. And we don't have a stream. We don't have a. We probably don't have a stream for it anymore, so we don't need to worry about that for right now. Okay. So we have all the windows in their places. Now, in just a matter of minutes here, we'll get to actually putting the stuff in. So let me refresh the Comcast page and let me see if anything new has happened. Oh, of course. Of course. Of course. Cox Communications. Cox Communications. Cox Communications. Damn it, Tom won't even say the whole thing. Ah, never mind. Alright, here we go. Peachtree City. We have a stream for that already. So, NWR site. No, not preparedness calendar. That's the one. It says out of service, but we don't need to worry about that. So we already have the information for WXM. All we just need to do is put down the transmitter, which it serves. Peachtree City, Georgia. Or I could just put down Atlanta. Or I could just put down Atlanta, but I'm deciding. Yeah, Mobile doesn't send out postponement statements for some reason, not even on their social media page. I don't know why. Houston, Jones, Macon, Monroe, Peach, Twigs, and Wilkinson, Georgia. SCR. Oh, wait. Gotta turn this down. UR, FFW, Tropical Storm, Hurricane Warning, iPause, RWT. And to make this easier, I'll just copy the information for Peachtree City across the remaining stations on the list. And if we have time, we'll do the R's, considering there isn't too much there either. New Mexico. That's not till later in the afternoon. Chatsworth, Georgia. Yep, and I gotta mute that too. Alright, we're coming up on the half hour before the start of the show. So we'll need to finish this up here. Bardo, Catoosa, Cherokee. Gilmer, Gordon, Murray, Pickens, Walker, and Whitfield, Georgia. Test times random. Actually, let me fix the test times for the rest of them. 11:57 a.m. Okay, there we go. Dell support assist reminding me that I haven't scanned this machine in forever. And now they're telling me if I'm eligible to trade this machine in for money I can use toward a brand new Copilot Plus PC, which I probably can't even afford. Well, some of the higher end ones, but I mean, there's some that are less than $1,000, but is it worth it though to replace this Windows 11 compatible machine with something to take advantage of all of its AI features? The latest iPad drops to a record low price. The A16 iPad. Now, I think they're talking about the standard iPad and not the mini one. All right, but let me finish up copying over the weekly test information before we decide our next move here. So, random. All right, and then tell Microsoft Copilot to create a detailed itinerary for the trip of a lifetime. Ah, yes, the joy of Microsoft giving recommendations, telling you about the Copilot AI that pretty much not many people even care about. Is that mobile finally? Excuse me, CRTV, you tested literally half an hour ago. Whatever, let's continue setting it. Yeah, never mind that. Let's get to the setup here because we gotta get ready. All right, Albany, New York, and as always, it's going to be at a higher volume because the stream is absolute trash. Amarillo, DC,
It's fair. It's good.
and let me pull up my list here of offices. The ones that I put at the top are the ones that are doing the system upgrades as of the current moment. So, as of last night, actually, from what I found out. Bourne, Massachusetts, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Let's see if Buffalo's still doing the upgrade.
UKHA 53 in Rochester.
Oh, they're done. Oh, Buffalo finished the upgrade. So it looks like Buffalo finished their upgrade. So Buffalo's done upgrading. So Buffalo's upgrade is complete. Now, I saw KC63 was not working. It is working now. Um, Drew, they said the upgrade would continue through Thursday, so if they finish it sooner, then I'm sure they'll run their weekly the next day. There's Mobile, finally. Ashland, Kentucky. Oh, there's one of my new favorites. Toledo. There was some flooding in Fort Worth, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to postpone it or not. I guess we'll see. So let me go ahead and all of that. Okay. And when it's finished, I'll get those inserted and we'll be set. Okay, Denver, Des Moines, we've got Detroit. And then depending on who's still doing upgrades, we'll fill in each area respectively. We'll do Winston-Salem on there by default now. For a change. In Ohio. We'll see what we can fill in on there. Bemidji. Then I saw Plainwell's working, so we'll pull them up. All right. Is Gray Main still doing upgrades? So Gray Main's upgrades are still ongoing. Okay, so that's going to become a blank spot now. So that's going to be a blank spot. So let's check Tampa. Are they still doing upgrades? Okay, Tampa's upgrades are finished. So Tampa's upgrades are done. Put on Mamie, North Carolina. All right, let's continue. We got GSP. And Indianapolis. Why is this up all the way? There we go. All right. Jackson, Kentucky. This will, of course, be Lincoln, Illinois. Louisville, Kentucky, and Chattanooga for Morristown. All right, let's continue. So Indianapolis, Jackson, Lincoln, Louisville, Miami, and Melbourne. Okay, that fills up those. Continue on. I actually want to hear the rest of it. Let's give the rest of this song a listen. I'll let it go and then I'll restart the station to add in the Eastern. to add in the Eastern Seaboard. I'm not going to hit the off switch just yet because my favorite part of the song is coming up. Newport, New York, or Indiana, Paducah. Let's see if Peachtree is still doing upgrades. Yep, they're still doing update. They're still doing the upgrade. Okay, so they won't be going. Pittsburgh, Raleigh, State College is not till later. Let's check Pulse and see if they're still doing the upgrade as well. Yep, that's the off-air message, so they are still doing the upgrade. Wilmington, Ohio. We'll set up the other Wilmington when we get there. And in fact, I'll just move Halifax over to this system. Alright. And then I'll just pull up KRDO or KBTO, whatever, when it comes time. Let's check Chicago really quickly and see. Yep, still doing the upgrade. So, yeah, it's going to take a while, so it looks like Tampa and Gray May have finished their I don't know. So Tampa and Buffalo have finished their upgrades early. So those went pretty fast. So we're gonna see now who else will finish the upgrade. All right, and since we still have a few minutes left, let's go ahead and I'm gonna let the rest of inauguration go. Then I'm gonna restart the. I'm gonna restart the thing. And I still gotta play catch up with everything from earlier. I see another Comcast test that happened too, so let's add that. An extra for the end. Full screen. Wait till inauguration finishes before I hit restart. Well, before I restart the terminal. It's really nice that I have the subsystem for Linux instead of just having to reformat the whole computer and get rid of Windows just to put a whole Linux distro on there just for it to work. So that's great. I can continue using Windows while I can run my Linux apps. Macon, Marion, Randolph, Shiley, Stewart, Sumter, Taylor, Terrell, and Webster. Ready to watch. QZY is up next. I believe this is Lagrange. Oh no, it's Eastman. Eastman, Georgia. So there's Ben Hill, Leckley, Crisp, Dodge, Julie Houston, Johnson. All right, so as I put these in here, I'm excited about tonight because tonight is the finale of the floor. 9 people remain out of the original 100. And at the end of the night tonight, one will be winning $250,000. $250,000. That's a lot of money. Okay, song completed. Let's go ahead and restart it now. Give it a second because there's a bunch of stuff in here. And whichever offices are still doing their upgrades by the end of the night tonight, I'll add them to the Friday list. And I'm adding them to Friday straight away because I don't think they're going to go on Thursday this week because, again, of the upgrades, and they're going to need a lot of time to do all of them. Okay. All right, so station started. We'll give it a second here to. All right, we'll give it a second to finish loading. We'll give it a second here to finish loading. I see another iPod test has happened. Is it done? It's done. Okay, good. It's up and running now. Yeah, it didn't get Snohomish, but oh well. All right, next one on the list. This one is LaGrange, Georgia. My goodness, they're all showing out of service. And Randolph, Alabama. Carroll, Coweta, Hurd, Meriwether, and Troop, Georgia. I-28 Sandersville. This transmitter is actually already resonating with me because if you all may remember, I picked up that transmitter when I was on Isle of Palms. You might remember that. Yeah, you might remember that video. But unfortunately, sadly, it's lost media. Yeah, sadly, it's lost media. But I'm sure you all know who was responsible for that. Warren, Washington, and Wilkinson, Georgia. And I think there is one more, and that is WJRB, which seems to be test only. Actually, I've got a song better than that. And we will find it right here. I find the recommended feature on Windows 11 very useful, so I can quickly get back to whatever I was doing previously. So, yeah, I find that quite useful. But others might find it a bit annoying, but nonetheless. Union and Clay, North Carolina. All right. Okay, on we go. Edmonton, Oregon is up next. There's actually another part of this I like. It's around here. The Elm, Washington. Only covers Kittitas, Washington. Test only. And I'll just copy the same information across the other 4 stations just to sort of speed up the process. Next up is KACI. Maybe we can do one more office after this. And then that's as far as we'll go. WX784. Oh no, that's not the right call sign. There we go. WXM34, the Dalles, Oregon. It's already correct. Channel 1. There's Hood River, Sherman, and Wesco, Oregon. Flick Attach, Skamania, Washington. I've been trying to see if I could find a stream link for KNLR, but I've had no luck doing so. Oh, actually, this might be it. And then if I hit view stream source, this should give me like a code. So let me find a Live 365 URL. There's a whole bunch of them on this list. Okay, here we go. Here's one. So then I'll take it over and then replace it with the number on the list. 50291 is the ID. This is KNLR. And I have yet to make a button for it, but I will do that. It's 97.5. out of Bend, Oregon. WWF 80 Bend. ANLR FM. '80 Bend, Oregon. ANLR. I'll head back over here. Find Pendleton, and I'll just throw this right in at the end. ANLR. ANLR. All right, here we go. All right, let's march on here. So there's Crook, Shoots, and Jefferson, Oregon. All right, I think we're almost done here. KHKO is indeed test only. And G560 is up next. John Day, Oregon. Channel 5, and it only serves Grant, Oregon. And finally, KIG 75, Yakima. This one does the bare bones stuff. Put that down? I did. G70, 75. Yakima, there we go. Channel 7 serves that, and Yakima, Washington. All right. And then next up on the list is Pittsburgh. But as you can see, time is just about up. So it is go time, folks. Let's get the stations going here. Let's go ahead and get the stations going. Try to spin as much as possible. I'll go ahead and unplug that from the wall. Lower these down to the taskbar because we're not going to need them for the time being. All right, Pittsburgh, Boston, Burnsville, and Detroit, Albany, DC, and I'll pull up Southern PA's live stream now. Seems like Miami's not working, so we're gonna have to do an alternate station. All right. Here we go. See you later, Tom.
Services the following Tennessee counties: Anderson, Campbell, Label, Ranger, Campbell, Jefferson, Knox, Brown, Monroe, Morgan, Welch, Scott, Sevier, and Union. For WNZ 732 and the radio broadcast service of the following Tennessee counties: Anderson, Campbell, Label, Morgan, Scott, and Union.
Alright, well, I'm going to get to you before last.
Pennsylvania, Monroe, Northampton, Parkton Lane, and New York, Lawrenceville, the one in Pembroke Hazard, and Hamburg. This is a weekly test of the Northwest Radio all Hamburg one device for station TV in 31 in Hamburg, New Jersey. During the assembly and users are automatically impending hazard range 30 conducted by the National Service New Jersey will be sent forward to the next year. The weather expectations from the transmitter, the chemical using the and if you want to log on, you will be to look into the station aid. Benefits of the all hazards of the regular system. No, that is not a service normally conducted at every midday between 8 and afternoon. If there is a threat over here when the excess will be here through until the next farewell delivery will be informed between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. each test day if the shipment will not be conducted. This test is conducted to be with facility to ensure that your radio alarm system is in good working order. This has been a test. Forecast. It's the water to market and what happens in the water to market. They're talking about the land off and we move to the fine.
Okay, nice to see you on my log where I do all these notes.
All right. So we're gonna do one more forecast officer, and we got to get ready for the. Then we have to get set for the Central Time Zone.
Breaks on, so you want to see them on, see point four, so water different. It was those stations with a temperature of 60 with near 60 almost reading for 3 and 7 degrees. And Toronto, it was partly sunny with a temperature of 54. And also, you know, it's sort of more than 4 with a temperature of 44 degrees. Measure the oil. The amount of starting. It was always perfect.
Play the song that lasts the whole 12 minutes.
Generator on 65 years. At the hotel, it was currently sunny with a temperature of 54. And up until with a temperature of 44 degrees. There's a requisite indicated. He was redeemed after your source for forward writing. So it's your on rates on 3.240 meters. Water with a temperature of 61. And March was basically with a temperature of 65 the fall, something in Toronto, it was partly sunny by a temperature of 54. It also blew with a temperature of 45 degrees. It was source direction in water to the region. So I can get related to the all race on the frequency of 1.40 and the water starting with a temperature of 51. It was mostly with a temperature of 65 degrees. It falls. In Toronto, it was turning with a temperature of 54. And also, it's with a temperature of 48 degrees. With the regional your source for possible listeners to the latest reach on the frequency of 1.40 megahertz. It was with a temperature of 51. It was mostly with a temperature of 65 degrees. It falls on 53%. At the hotel, it was pretty sunny with a temperature of 54.
Next, there are 6 stations in the system. We're going to take care of that later.
Your source charge. So the based on the frequency of 162.4 megahertz. It was sunny, a temperature of 51. It was mostly sunny, a temperature of 65 degrees, 68 Niagara Falls, and 50 degrees 0 blues. In Toronto, it was partly sunny with a temperature of 54. It was winds for northwest and forwards with a temperature of 44 degrees. This is with the radio KH 53 in Rochester. It was most targeted weather in the coasts of Western Finger Lakes and the Tennessee Valley. KH 53 operates on a frequency of 162.40 megahertz. In Watertown, it was sunny with a temperature of 51. It was mostly sunny with a temperature of 60.
Up and running again. Now let's get set for the extension. Zone. Starting at the bottom. We've got severe thunderstorm warning continuing. Then we'll see if they test like that. We'll see if they do it despite that. TikTok? Apparently, Blacksburg went early. I didn't have it in mind. But, oh well. We'll go back on it when the Central Time Zone begins. Tulsa is still doing upgrades. But let's check one more time. Let's check one more time. Yep, so no Tulsa today. So continuing on. We'll keep KHB 32 where it is. We'll leave it there. Springfield. Report. And we'll put St. Louis here. Go. Okay, moving on. Springfield, St. Paul, Springfield, San Angelo. Then Des Moines, still doing upgrades. This is where Rochester's going. Let's verify that they actually are still doing upgrades. Yep, no Des Moines. Okay, continuing on. All right. So rolling on then. Omaha, Nebraska.
Is it testing the emergency alert system? This is only a test.
That does not sound anything like it was before. This is Plainview, Texas. Little Rock. Anything's already done. All right, let's check Chicago one last time. All right. So no Chicago on Wednesday this week. Again, because of the upgrades. So we're gonna have to wait till later in the week. Crescent, Tomball. That one's gonna be blank now, considering that Wilton is already done. Bismarck. We're gonna see what we can fill in there. There will be. Oh, that's our JB. Does Green Bay work? What? Yes, it does. All right, let's continue on. Lake Charles, I know, does not work. Bummer. Yep, we've already got Houston set. Hastings is set. Green Bay is set. And Junction's not till later. We, of course, need Toronto, Montreal, and Collingwood. Duluth is not till later on. Des Moines is not happening because of the upgrades. Chicago's not happening either. But then I guess that leaves us with Austin and Birmingham at this point. So let's go ahead and get those going. How do you feel?
Chances of showers and thunderstorms continue through Saturday and on
All right,
Sunday
we're
and
ready.
Monday, and return on Tuesday. Storms are possible.
I went to see like one of the naked Mondays to do the
All right. Okay.
oh, with all the things closed down.
All right, now we're ready.
Somebody fellows and they family for being on a music the service continue their own plan and you know it's meditate. They have to be focused on what we need to indicate on what is sending this from the gas. And if that's the way we want to chicken, especially this also is a later next to this from the computer. Using the property and see like any work you order. This result to combine the most consistent and favorable learning to live on the floor. These choose and make more significant so we can start running. We can download it to what you want next.
Alright. So while Peachtree City is nearly done with their upgrades. Because now they're just playing time over and over and over. Matty Buff both the third thing over there. They finished it. So, all right, let's continue now. All right. Well, that was all things here. All right. I moved everything to the other two computers so we can finish this process. Anything earlier? Continue. And project 80. Enough? Oh, here we go. Here's the rest of the puzzle.
And you want to say something? And
Wait a second. That's the receiver I just used, didn't I? Well, good thing I did. Good thing I did while I could. That should be KHB 43. KHB 43 New Orleans. XM 54 is up next. What's up, Colorado? Let's go. Stella. Mineral. Grande. Yep, that's what I was just mentioning. Lassie KVA1. There's Huntsville. And North Platte still testing despite the muzzling. All right, we are on to Duca now. We're almost at the end of this order. Next is Owensboro. Kentucky. Three is up next. It belongs to KSCU. Washington, Wayne, Illinois, Indiana. Right, last one. Well, actually, it's two more. KDZ is not Tuesday. Channel 3. More. Okay, 46 base feet. Illinois. Valley, Callaway, Colorado. Hickman. We're gonna do Aberdeen on the iPhone. So, no, not North Blackbird, don't worry. South Dakota, Aberdeen. Livingston, Marshall, Kraken, Kentucky, Mississippi, Missouri, Onion, Lions, Cleveland, Tennessee. Yeah, we're gonna leave it like that. Okay. Quad Cities. Yay, Sedalia's back. I'm so happy. Alright, we're gonna start KKFD for the Quad Cities. Yep, it seems like that's going to be the case. All right. So finish up the quad cities here. This is the last office with the initial shop. I see I didn't put a link down for this one. So I'm going to fix it when B. It was it. That actually was by Fairfield, Iowa. One. The cities. Again. Davis, Henry, Jefferson, Buffalo, and Washington. And I just copy the details to the rest of them. This is where we're heading next. Here in Iowa, Illinois, Nevada, Mount Lewis, and South Missouri. Four, 656. I knew you part would finally do it. KTF, KTF says 64 to view. Jackson. Jay. Davis, Illinois. Yep, Wisconsin. Done. And next up, so 22. What's this? Proposals a new security list. Well, I have to take this. You still had it slowed down for the random characters earlier.
It's probably for some videos updates. And the previous video I posted to Microsoft to not cheat and link for the one, which is this folder, and I've just taken a screenshot of my Windows 10 device because I already started deleted it from my Windows 11 device. With two previous videos, if you'd like to get more information, what I catch up on. But this is quite a lot of debate for various reasons, and it seems now there may be another reason why this could generate a discussion. Because according to a recent article by GX, it turns out that the creation of the iNet pub folder can also be used by bad actors for the wrong purposes. Now, this is all according to security researcher Kevin Beaumont. We shared information about the issue, and I'll leave the article into the description. Now, just to backtrack here very quickly. As I mentioned in the video, Microsoft said that this folder was intentionally created as part of its efforts to patch the vulnerabilities. 2025-2120 That's why they said you mustn't delete the folder. But according to the research, Microsoft's fix reducing this folder has also introduced a denial of service vulnerability in the Windows servicing stack. Now, basically, just to break this down into two simple steps for the purpose of this video is to make this too confusing because it is quite a technical post. What this means is that all it takes is a single command from a regular non-elevated part to use that running folder or abuse the issue. Which means that regular users may then abuse the issue to start all those security updates, which can be a bad thing, especially for 0 days exploiting or serious security issues that need to be patched. You must get all the technical detail, go check the post out if you want to make the result. Now, once that non-elevated part is run, what this means is that the other security updates will no longer install on the target machine, according to the research done by Bernard. And what will happen is that they will throw an error, the update will throw an error and then log back. And this means that some criminals or bad actors could use the hack to prevent future security update installs, which, as I mentioned, is those security updates with issues. Attack systems. So, is that breaches really large? There is security issues. So just try to check. As mentioned, some of the people and bad actors then can exploit devices who know wrong.
Well, that's actually very useful info. Yeah, because, I mean, I have been subscribed to Brentech for a while, and he, just like me, are following along both with the ongoing drama with the 24H2 Windows 11 feature update, as well as the upcoming end of support for Windows 10. And I mean, with less than 6 months to go, I've already made the move on my main systems, and now I just need to decide what to do with my other spare devices. What I'm going to do with those. Alright. But, going back to the website, that's it. We're done with all those letters, but there's still a few. I think there's like 5 NWR stations we still need to add. What are those? Let's see. Pendleton and Phoenix. Okay. So just Pendleton and Phoenix. We're going to get those added. But right now, we have to get ready for the Mountain time zone. We have not heard from these guys yet, so who else is not tested? Okay, Newport just went. So we just heard from Newport. Well, let's take this one at a time. So we just heard from Newport. We heard from Gaylord at the end of the hour. So let's see. What does that leave us with? So what's Plainview's code? Plainview is 44599. And I don't think I have that in there. One of them is... This one is Lubbock, I believe. But we're going to change that out with Plainview's code. Another one is San Angelo. That is San Angelo's code. WXJ97 is staying because they have not tested yet. Everybody else has. We're actually going to keep We're going to leave Wichita in there in case they end up making up their weekly ad at some point down the line. Yeah, at some point down the line. And let me backtrack to the Eastern Seaboard because I think I must have taken out Rochester when I wasn't watching. Oh, I do have Rochester in there. Okay. All right. then let's go ahead and add the, now remember, we're going to do both time zones together. So the mountain time zone and the western. So we're just going to add them both together, so that way I don't have to go restarting the monitor. So that actually saves me quite some time. All right, so we're going to restart it now. And we're going to also get WNYW ready for 25 words or less, which is going to be the, and of course all three down in bone sugar. Ooh. Okay, that's of no concern. Okay, we'll see. Anyway. Anyway, let's move these down so we can get this set up. So. Oh wait, this is supposed to be Denver. Salt Lake City. This will be Pendleton. Oh right, I forgot Pendleton's still doing updates. Still doing updates and upgrades. So no Pendleton today. Next we need Columbus, Wisconsin. There. Edison. Baraboo. Okay, Janesville's going straight there. Coleraine. Leader. We're going to put Payson on 2 in case they test early. Oklahoma. And this will be the other Oklahoma station. EAP, that doesn't come till the next hour. XFSY, that comes next. And then we need that receiver from Canada. I see battery saver on this and going to be activated, so we go ahead and plug it in. Then we're going to, and then after the start of the mountain time zone, we're going to take care of those Phoenix and Pendleton stations, and then I think we can move on to R at this point. We can move on to the letter R. Oh, I'm glad I put Newport in there, because John completely ignored it.
I think I've done already. Hey, there you go. I officially. Let's take care of Steenie. Loads. 7. That's it. Well, at least that one replayed the message. Oh, I didn't close out Milwaukee after the testing.
Do you still do better scan?
Well, actually, we do, but we use a whole different piece of software now. I mean, we literally have the Weather Scan network running right now. I mean, we literally have our own Weather Scan network now. All right. Well, so anyway, in terms of oh, I didn't close this. Oh my god! Wow. Everyone in the Mountain Time Zone is already done. Oh no, that must be Cox Center, California, isn't it? This has to be a new record. Everybody in the Mountain Time Zone is done, and only 10 minutes have elapsed. Well, I'd say almost everybody, because Topeka hasn't done theirs. Either they're late, or they sent out a state. Oh boy. Oh my goodness. Parts, Eastern Kansas 40%. Okay, that could probably be why. Um, Topeka did not say anything about a postponement on their website. Let's check their social media and see if they said anything. Yep, they have not said anything about whether they're going to do their test or not. So unless Topeka ends up deciding to test right then and there, that's already it.
All hazards.
Right. So here we go. South Mountain, Arizona. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and take care of Phoenix. Maricopa and Pinal, Arizona. And noon Mountain Standard Time. Rachel. So yeah, we're gonna take care of these 5. Then I'm gonna stop, and then I'm gonna stop for lunch, and then afterward we'll continue and finish up this process. So it comes out of globe. Of course, with a copy of the home game. This one just serves Gila. Gila transmits from Signal Peak and is on channel 5, not 7. Channel 7 is Yuma, Arizona. Black Mountain, California. Covers Yuma, Arizona, and Imperial and Riverside. All right. We'll go ahead and take care of Pendleton now, and then I'm going to stop for lunch. So I'll go down to Washington State and grab Richland. Switch the feed provider to NOAA, the radio org between 10 a.m. and noon Pacific time. Covers Adams, Benton, Franklin, Grant, Klickitat, Walla Walla, and Yakima. Covered by Pendleton, Oregon. There we go. It's out of Richland, Washington on channel 3. All right, and then we'll just copy over the other information. 559 Enterprise, Oregon, I believe. Yep, Enterprise, Oregon. So let's try to take care of this before Missoula finishes. Broadcastify. Wallowa, Oregon. Enterprise, Oregon. It's on channel 2. All right, now let's stop. I'm gonna go have lunch and then I'll return and we'll move on to the next set. Yeah, and then we'll move on to the next set of stations.
they're doing. Mostly clear. Lows in the mid-40s. South winds 10 to 15.
Okay. I am all filled up now. Now we're ready to continue with this.
Mostly clear. Lows in the low 40s. South winds 10 to 15.
So we don't have too many R's to do. And S? There's a lot of S's, so let's do R. And I'll take care of S later. All right.
Lows in the 30s. South winds 15 to 20 miles per
Of
hour.
$5,000.
It's in the upper 60s, except in the lower to mid 60s over the higher elevation.
$26,000 in cash and prizes, and she's gonna try and add on to that today. Yes, why don't we begin? Possible answers and a clue. We have a person first. 3 possible answers. I have never heard that song. SZA. Yeah, SZA. All right, next up. Yep, Jamaica.
What was the reason of all the Chicago stations being off?
It's because they're doing. It's because they're upgrading the BMH system. They're doing upgrades to the BMH system. It started yesterday.
Yeah, here's my place though. How are they going to issue RWT if it's on there for 2 days?
They're gonna. I believe they're gonna make it up on. I believe they're gonna make it up on Friday.
Did the
No, I haven't heard anything, but I'm just making an assumption.
stand over there that was 10:24 your time? 10:24. You know the end of the other day? I played some new game from Roblox with a friend of mine from Arizona.
Yankee Candle.
So he's out for the next question.
Yeah, basically played some new station that we played some the presentation experience.
Next up, it is our place category, and here's your key answers. Stadium, Gillette Stadium, Soldier Field. This stadium, where the NFL Patriots play, typically serves about 280 gallons of clam chowder each.
That's Gillette Stadium.
Down in Ohio,
Up by Los Angeles, and Soldier Field is here in Chicago. And that's it for the round. In Dayton, Ohio. That's where today's superfan hails from. Well, hopefully. The truck goes down to Ohio. Right off a piano. Chesapeake. Wouldn't it be nice? Oh my. My.
Program now start.
So it's more Tom and Ben versus random characters. Oh my. A vertical line. My. So that's why Topeka didn't test today. Of course.
I'm only waiting for it's one of the 5 days to set them out.
Oh my. My. Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 puzzles that amount?
I really do. That would be a huge
There are bugs the stats get. It'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue. A vertical line.
They scare you.
No comment.
Like five. How about
An underscore.
you think they like they can play that like they can tell me on weekend.
That would be WBZ is the station that distributes the show, and of course that's the public radio station for the Northeast Illinois area. WBEZ from NPR and WBEZ Chicago. This is Wait, Don't Tell Me, the NPR News Quiz. I'm Bill Curtis, and I'm Peter Sagal.
Didn't happen with that if that station also broadcast the Metropolitan Opera?
Mm, I don't think so, but I believe maybe its classical counterpart does. No, the classical is a whole different. It's a whole different station, but it's part of the WBZ branch. I believe that's completely separate from. I believe FMT is completely separate from WBZ. That's its own thing. That's its own thing. Like WETA Classical, it's separate from WAMU in DC.
Okay.
Well, of course, WFMT is a classical station, so of course the same. Yeah, you'll hear the same things that you would on WETA. On what? Well, WAMU is the NPR station. WETA is the classical. It's the class.
What does though? Let's try quotation mark.
This is no, no quotation marks in the puzzles.
That's Chicago. I mean, what?
Why do I have two copies of this? Oh, there we go.
Appeared in two Tony Braxton music videos. Idina,
Beckford. Ooh.
The Bible.
Albemarle, North Carolina.
Thank you. Does this broadcast Gary Weber from Chicago?
Doesn't who? I believe it's tornado warning only. Like a lot of the Chicago primaries. The only station I know of that relays the Cleveland Weekly is WCMO out of Cary, Ohio. Yeah, WBZ is tornado only. Yeah, Cook County.
I'm just curious. I'm just curious to see what like a movie. Hey, there's a way. Hey, did you know that there's a way you can run the opera from one in England? From like BBC Radio also broadcast the Metropolitan Opera, just like they see like Star. And that was the name.
So 14:50 a.m. out of Henderson, North Carolina. 35 cents a day? Ooh, good deal.
Yeah, you hear that? The day he got these private freeze.
Probably from all the tariffs, most likely. All the crazy tariffs that I've been hearing about on the news and stuff. It's nuts. It's just, it's just nuts.
You also get this free beneficiary planner. Use this valuable guide to record important information and your final wishes. And it's used free just for calling. So don't wait. Call 1-800-650-1010 for your free information. That's 1-800-650-1010. There's no risk or obligation. That number again is 1-800-650-1010. So call
Oh, the frequency is the same. 1550. It starts out of Bell Fourche, South Dakota.
Doing the same thing, just like Zoom.
I haven't heard about that yet. I haven't heard anything about that yet. Or thing. Let's try Quotation Antelope Valley, Wyoming.
If you're mumbling, you might be said to have a mouthful of these. Leslie, yes, she starred in a Broadway musical story. Her sister Felicia Rashad was also a Grammy. Yes, this city is home to America's first library, hospital, and university. This city was founded by William Penn in 1682. Leslie, yes, is a pioneer in trap music. He appeared as a guest on the Billboard #1 hit Black Beatles. He shares his stage name with a popular brand of hot couture. He has collaborated with artists like Drake and Bruno Mars. Ardina. Feature. Time is up. Anyone? All right, time. We're looking for Gucci Mane. This clothing store's logo is a seagull. This preppy teen brand has been around since 2000. It claims to be founded in California, but is actually from Ohio. It is owned by parent company Abercrombie and Fitch. Time. Hollister. He first became a U.S. Senator in 1972. This politician was born in Scranton, PA. He is the oldest, Ardina. Biden. Yes. This TV news magazine show has been on since the 1960s. It airs on
Inside Edition. Entertainment Tonight. My goodness. Ardina's on a roll on this game. She just won her 9th game, and she's going to play again for another $5,000. Person, place, or thing. I believe. I mean, the first time my mother saw this game, she actually enjoys it. She actually likes this game. She actually likes this game. And I actually told her uh, about Zach's incredible 35-day run on the show, where he was finally defeated at day 37. Yeah, I was easily comparing that to Ken Jennings and his incredible run on Jeopardy. James Holzhauer. Yeah, James Holzhauer. He won more days than Zach did. Yeah, I think he was on for 38 days, and yeah, he won more than Zach did. Well, it's to adjust for the show's budget. That's why. So that's why they couldn't give away, the same amount of money that Holzhauer was getting. All right. So getting ready now for the Pacific time zone here. So pulling up the stations in question that we need. So, cities. And then Menominee, Wisconsin. All right, Edmonton. Then Roseburg, Oregon. And Coachella. We'll do it on these. We'll do it all on this machine instead for a change. All right, let's make sure we have everything. All right, we'll just go ahead and on NBC. Yeah, I don't follow that. Yeah, especially after Katy Perry left the show. Okay, it looks like Reno's doing upgrades. Looks like Reno, Nevada is also doing upgrades. Wow, we're not going to be dealing with a lot here today, aren't we? So we can go ahead and mess this up and move this into its place. All right, we're ready. All right. There's that. All right, let's continue. Missing cubic feet per second. Ooh. There's Phoenix. Alright, that's all we got. Okay, so that's the end of that. So we are down to just Medford. So I'll go ahead and turn this laptop off because we do not need it now. Okay, we'll let it charge, and the HP is almost fully charged. So I'm gonna get that packed up as soon as we're done here. Oh, and there's Medford. So I'm getting the propagation down for all the transmitters. There isn't too much in the R category, so I'm going to take care of the R's, and then I'm going to wait till later to start the S's. And we didn't go back on the Borealis, didn't we? We didn't take care of the Amtrak's yet. So let's take care of them now. He already went through. I've got to keep on rewinding. Gave a nice horn salute too. Pretty neat. All right, now for the Amtrak's. The Zephyr is already in Naperville. So let's go back on both Amtrak's. Here's when Chief number 4 came. I didn't see anything special at the back. And if we go a bit further back, there's Zephyr number 6. All right, now we'll just head back to Columbus and we'll wait for builder number 8 to show up. Okay. Meanwhile, let's continue getting the stations down. Because like I said, we don't have too much. So after I take care of these, all right. Let me quiet Tom and Ben down, and this railcam too, so I can speak, so I can talk. So, okay, good. We're still audible. All right. So, those of you who might just be joining us right now, well, welcome. We're glad to have you here on this Wednesday afternoon. So, I know a lot of you might have missed the beginning of our program, so again, those of you who might just be joining us right now, let's catch you all up to speed with where we stand on everything. So let's catch you all up to speed with where we're at currently. So let's first start with last night after after we did our little briefing before we started the backyard baseball game. Let's start there. So after that little briefing, here's what happened. Of course, for my wireless foundations course, I did take care. I did take care of. There was a lab. I did stick around there for a little bit longer so I could get that lab taken care of. So, and for some reason, it seems like in Packet Tracer, there always seems to be a problem at the very end where the connection isn't really, where the connection really doesn't, where the connection just doesn't even work. So, but then my professor for that class, Mr. Bill Martin, that's who he is, by the way. He said that it must be related to something in the current latest stable version of the Cisco Packet Tracer software. Particularly, the latest one right now is version 8.2. I'm not sure if it's related to this on Windows 10, or did I have the same problem when I ran the software on Windows 11? Well, I don't know. I don't know exactly what the case is, but nonetheless, I told him about it, and um, he's still looking to see what the solution possibly is. Although one of my classmates actually already gave like a possible resolution, but I don't think it would be as well as we think. But I want to make sure that we get. Well, yeah, the website. I'll talk about that in just a bit. So. So anyway, now where was I? So the lab in the Cisco class. Yeah, the lab in the Cisco class. And then when I got back here, I immediately got back. Well, actually, not just that, but throughout the week, as many of you all may know, I have been working hard, and for a while too. I've been working hard putting together individual pages for a new section of my new website, which we are still working on, as you can see. I have been working very hard on this for several weeks, and I am actually very happy to report that we are almost at the end, and this connects to what is next to come. Considering that we're nearing the end of my classes, and we're getting ready for finals and everything like that. Speaking of finals, my professor for the wireless class actually opened up the final exam early, so we could take care of it, get it out of the way, and then we can forget about it, knowing that we've completed that we have finished the course. So then I can focus more on my other things. I don't know if I'm gonna have a final in my HTML course, but I do know there is going to be that final exam in my Cybit course. Yeah, my cybersecurity course. So yeah, in my cybersecurity course. So, if that is the case, that is actually going to be those are the only two final exams I have for this semester. So, well, in that particular case then. All right, so I got two more to go here. So in terms of the website, here's what I've got done of it so far. If I recall, on Wednesday of last week, I actually mostly got started on the AM/FM section, and in fact, as of now, I'm actually nearing the very end of that particular part. So, yesterday I finished I got through. I went from I to O. Yeah, I went from I to O, and we actually got started with we got started with P earlier this morning when we first got on the air. So we started with that today, and now we are almost at the end. I'm almost done with the R's, and then I just have S, T, and W left after that. And then after that, I have S, T, and W. Those are the only letters I've got. So what I was thinking is I'll do S tonight. So what I was thinking is I'll just take care of S tonight, um, with you all, and then I'll finish up the order tomorrow with T and W. So let's just do R, and then I'll mostly start the process with S, and then I'll start the process with S. Then I'll begin the process with S. But there is actually more to this, but I'll explain. I think I forgot a station here. Let's make sure that this stream is correct. Nope, doesn't work. Yeah, so a lot of these don't work, so that's why I skipped them. So, like I said, I'm almost done with the R's. and then I'm gonna stop here. Then I'm gonna stop here for now. Yeah, and then I'm gonna stop that, and then I'm gonna stop right there, and then I'm going to, and then as I just said, I'm gonna take care of the S's tonight, and then if I furthermore feel like it, I will. If I'm up for it, I'll go ahead and try to take care of T. Otherwise, that will be one of the first things I do tomorrow. It sounds like Universal bloopers or something. Because I heard Microsoft Sam doing the Rafflecopter. Yeah, that sounds like Dave Matson to me. Well, anyway, let me continue. Alright, it's KFRZ's criteria. Wait a minute, what are we doing? Wait a second. Wait a second. We're not on this one. We're on this. Let's undo all of this. Backtrack a bit. Okay, now we're on this. Alright, now everything appears to be correct. Evacuation, fire warning, civil emergency. Okay, everything now should be correct. So yeah, I'm just gonna let these two laptops charge and then whatnot. So, anyway then, when we're done with this here, or actually after Las Vegas, we gotta play some catch up with everything from earlier. So we gotta play some catch up with that. Yeah, then we gotta play catch up, and then that should be it. And then we're gonna actually and then we'll get on to our games for today. So let me check Riverton on all the others, make sure that I do not have duplicate parentheses, commas, whatever. And there's GLS's test. They should only test once, not 2 or 3 times in the same week. Because it seems like they don't get the picture. Alright. Let's go ahead and take care of it. And we'll find it right. Oh, it's stuck. Well, we have the weather scan. Okay, now to the Las Vegas receiver. Alright, double checking everything, making sure it's all correct. Yes, it is. Okay. Yep, go ahead and save all 69 files. And there we go. The changes have been committed. And we are all set. Oh man. That was a lot of files I had to save on this thing. Alright. Turn this thing down so the Windows 11 startup sound doesn't scare the class half to death tonight. And now I'll go ahead and shut this guy off so I can let it finish charging. In fact, I'll go ahead and switch its chargers. All right. Now I did see there's only one Cybit lab that needs to get done. So I will take care of that. And I think I noticed I forgot to take something out. What was the ID? It was actually WBZAM. So I want to look. WBZ. It was 7729 was the code. All right. Well, I guess I'll get to playing catch up in a bit. But first, let's go ahead and get the stage set for tonight. Tampa's going to be part of the set there. That's Lubbock. Those are all the stations who have not tested. Everybody else down here is done. Now we're going to add in the evening tests. And let's also take out HRV and VEV because that's apparently not working anymore. This one isn't even working right at all. And then I'll go to my severe daily monitor collection, and we're just going to go ahead and throw everything in. So this will be the border. Again, we're trying to provide maximum coverage through the night. Okay, let's see if it'll like this. I don't know if it will, but let's see. So yeah, we'll see if it enjoys this. If it doesn't, oh well. Yeah, if it doesn't end up enjoying it, oh well. So I will not hit the reset button until Seattle goes, and we'll see if it handles all of these. All right. As I piece these together now, let's talk prime time. Now let's talk prime time. So, in just a few minutes, we're going to get to our games for today. Well, for this week. That being Wheel of Fortune Deluxe, then Hyperbole, and then, of course, at 3 o'clock, that will be followed by Monopoly, this week's edition of Monopoly. So yeah, that'll be followed by this week's edition of Monopoly. And that should take us to the 4:30 deadline. That should then take us to the 4:30 p.m. deadline. To get ready to depart for class and stuff. And then later tonight, is the season finale of the floor. That's right. We started this competition in February with 100 players, 100 people. And we are now down to 9. We're down to 9. 8 final duels. Tonight, 8 final duels. And the last duel will determine our champion. If the last duel will determine our winner of season 3 of the floor. So to determine who will be crowned season 3 champion on the floor. The test didn't go. That's quite strange. Well, nevertheless. Anyway. These were a lot of clips. As I continue editing this here. So one will be crowned our champion and will win $250,000 tonight. Not only that, tonight is also the finale of Celebrity Jeopardy. It has been a hard-fought 12 weeks of competition, and now we are down to the final. And we are now down to the final 3. The top 3 winners throughout the season. Well, actually, the 3 celebrity finalists who will battle it out for $1 million for charity. This is going to be a great competition tonight, and of course, I'm going to make sure I don't miss it. And of course, I don't want to miss it because this is going to be one for the ages for sure. Yeah, of course, I want to make sure I don't want to miss it. Another one, Topeka. Wow, Topeka's going nuts here. So once we're caught up, we'll get started with our games once we're caught up here. We are almost at that point, so yeah, we're almost at that point. I'm on the Pacific time zone now. So once again, but of course, in terms of our prime time tonight, once again, here's how it's going to go. We're going to do Wheel of Fortune in a few minutes once I finish catching up. Then we're going to do Hyperbole, and of course Monopoly. We'll play our usual games. We'll do our usual games. And then that should take us to 4:30. I haven't decided yet what we'll air in terms of the marathon. I was thinking we'll do a big numbers. I was thinking maybe we'll do the big numbers marathon. Because it's been a week since Wink Martindale passed away. So we'll do a marathon of the big numbers tonight in his honor. Although we probably could have done that last week, the moment I heard the news. But oh well. So that'll be tonight, and then I'll watch the season finale of The Floor, which will then later tonight for us it will be. It's gonna be. So then of course will be Deal or No Deal with Brandon. Hopefully Brandon will be with us tonight. He wasn't with us last week. Probably because he was watching those races. But I'm pretty sure he's gonna react quite well if he saw last week's show where the Lembine won the penny. Where Yalk the Lembine won the penny and I got to show the pesky penny to the whole entire world. It was so good. So yeah. Do Deal or No Deal with Brandon tonight, hopefully with Brandon or Yalek, whoever. And then Wheel of Fortune, second edition, of course. And then that will take us to the 11 o'clock hour. And while I'm at my evening class tonight, I'm gonna work on the S of my website, the S section. I'm gonna try to see if I can get the S done. I'll try to do the S while I'm there. But I don't know how much of it I'll be able to get done, considering I don't know how quick this lecture is going to go. There is only one lab, so it's going to be just take care of that lab and then get to work on the website. Now, last week, when Tic Tac Doe, Beat the Bridge, and Bingo Blitz started, I couldn't handle having the lab being done with Tic Tac Doe and Bingo Blitz and Wheel of Fortune all running in the background simultaneously. So, this week, well, I'll explain. So that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to take care of the S section of the website tonight. I'll try to do as much as we can. Whatever I don't get done, of course, I'll finish up here with you all while the floor is still going. And then if I feel like doing so, we'll take care of the T section. And then that will take us to tomorrow's tomorrow. That will then take us to tomorrow. Or if I really want to pressure myself, I can just go ahead and take care of the W's. Just finish up the whole section of the site tonight, and then I can absolutely put the nail in the coffin on that. Yeah, then I could just put the nail in the coffin on that and forget about it. Considering that section would then be considered complete. But then there's still one more section that needs to get done. That is the weekly test portion of the site. And then we'll need to make the same changes to the Google website. And then I'll deploy the new site across all my devices. So this is most likely going to be a multi-night process. You know, we're going to probably continue this over the course of multiple nights. So right now the plan is to take care of the S's. Then I'll do the T if I complete it in time. And then whatever I don't finish, we'll move on to whatever I don't complete, we'll move to tomorrow. As the Sox will play their next game. And since that game starts at noon, we'll actually be here for it. And we'll bring it all to you. So we'll come on the air at 12 noon. We're going on straight away at noon. We're not airing any live programs or anything. Well, I mean, soon after we come on the air, there is going to be quite a long pause because of the statement I had just said, where I'm going to be making up. What am I going to be making up? So let's see. I saw the entirety of Beat the Bridge and Tic-Tac-Toe. And I saw all of Wheel of Fortune. All of Wheel of Fortune last night. So yeah, I saw the rest of Wheel of Fortune. Although I did miss part of it. Part of the little the lecture, but it's alright. So tomorrow I will take care of both episodes of Flipside from, well, I'm going to go in order. So I'm going to take care of, let's see, I already watched both Beat the Bridges, both last night, and should be able to take care of the Beat the Bridge tonight. So, ending that program. And then what does that leave us with? That'll leave us with tonight's Tic-Tac-Toe. That'll leave us with tonight's Tic-Tac-Toe, 2 Bingo Blitzes, and 2 Flipsides. So, those will be the episodes that I still need to see. As for the floor and Celebrity Jeopardy, I'll take care of all of those up here. Well, I'll take care of the floor first, and then, you know. Okay. So, I'll take care of the floor first thing. Yeah, I'll take care of the floor, and then I'll take care of Celebrity Jeopardy before we go off the air for the night. And as I said, I'm going to try to do the S's tonight. And then, if I can finish that in time, then great. Then we'll do the T. Then we'll take care of the T's while Celebrity Jeopardy is airing. And if I have to keep that process going through the night, then I will. And then tomorrow I'll take care of some of the reflection material. The only things for that I really need to get done are the side bit discussion question and the reflection essay for wireless foundations, because for my HTML course I don't get a class engagement survey for once, which is good. Unless my professor for that class changes his mind and posts one at the last minute. But I guess we'll have to wait and see. Okay. Now I think it's time. Let's go ahead and restart the station now. I think I have, do I have KSTZ in there twice? I do. I have it in there twice. Okay, that should be it. Okay, let's see if it likes all of this. If not, I may need to make some changes. So yeah, that's the plan for tonight. Okay, good. Like them. Good. It likes them. All right, perfect. So the stage is set for tonight. Because I did hear there's another slight risk in Texas. So this could become severe weather event number 30. Take care of WGLS. Medford, and that should be it. But I want to check and see. Oh, looks like there were a couple more Comcasts. All right. So let's see if I can load the game without the disc. Okay, good. I don't need the disc. So I can load up the game without the CDs. So that's good. So that's good. I can just install the game with the CD and then I can just play directly right then and there. So all right. So without further ado, let us begin. It says builder number 8 departed. I didn't see it show up. It might have showed up behind the. It might have showed up behind the Borealis. Oh well. Let's watch it go through Economo Walk instead, because it is only one track. So we'll watch it go through Economo Walk instead then. And if I'm missing anything, of course I'll fix it. Was there anything else? Nope, that's it. That looks to be all of them. Okay, so we are caught up. Oh my goodness, is the builder here already? Is the builder already here? Oh my god, it is. There we go. Okay. So that takes care of the Amtrak's. Let's slow the defect detector down.
No.
991. All right. So let me put everything in their order, in their place. This one's 133. So when did that fall? This one was at 142. All right. We are caught up for real. Right now, this will be severe weather. This will be weekly Wednesday number 4. However, with the severe weather event already occurring, but wait, let me see how it's expected to play out in Texas tonight. Yeah, it's already 70 degrees. I know Nani loves this kind of weather. Ooh, 85. It's really gonna feel like summer next Monday. Oh man. Dang. Alright, how is this all gonna look tonight? Well, we have it all ready if when it all goes down, so we have it all ready. Let me make sure that the document is up to date. Yep. All right then. So we have all of our postponements ready to go for the week. Well, for this week, everything's ready to go. So since Topeka decided not to test in the afternoon, they remember they could still test. They could test in the evening unless they want to postpone that too. So then they'll have to make it up. I mean, like a lot of other offices. So I want to check at every office and see where they're at in their update. So Chicago's still doing their upgrade. Peachtree City just finished theirs. Let's check. Let's check Athens and see if it's repeating the time again, or they might have fixed it. All right, Peachtree City is up and running again. Let's see if they wait till Thursday to make it up. Well, of course, I'll carry all this over. And then Des Moines. Okay, looks like Des Moines is still upgrading. What about Tulsa? Tulsa is still upgrading, I can see. Now let's check Hawaii and see if they're upgrading still. Yep, it seems like they are still doing upgrades. And this morning we saw Gray Main still doing upgrades too. Yep, Gray Main is also still doing upgrades. So Buffalo is done, but we're gonna wait and see if they end up trying to make their test up. Well, in that case, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna take everything from that list and then carry it all over. Now, what's Friday's risk? Guess I was right about the day 3. So, all right. So we are all set in terms of the severe weather outlooks and everything. What's Buddy doing?
playing a game of silent peekaboo. Trying to see how it reacts as it moves up and down. I hear water running, and things are moving in here. Yep, not this time. Where's the other end of the cord? Here we go.
Stop mopping moves.
Wonder what he's going crazy over.
You do it? Expected hazards include quarter-size hail. Damage to vehicles is expected. 25 p.m. For your protection, move to an interior ring. A severe thunderstorm rain has been. Always act like you've never seen those things before. Never seen those before.
Stop the vacuum cleaner. Can't put it on top of it. Keep it on. I usually keep it on down here. The washer will fall off of there. We don't want to break it.
Alright, last one. I see New Orleans is jumping in on the action now. This is Livingston, St. Helena. Tangipahoa. Yep, so that means we could do this transmitter then. It's Kemper and Lauderdale. No. It's not stopping. Is there even anything?
Marion, 221. Sheltering flooded roads. Most of flood damage.
Will you call or text 980?
Medical Center. This includes interstate connectivity.
And it won't take that long because Charleston knows how to do severe weather, right?
Shelter inside a well-built structure and stay away from windows.
Because Charleston does severe weather coverage the right way.
Have ended. PM Eastern Daylight Time. The following is a special weather statement from the National Weather Service.
So maybe we'll have to wait a bit for all the statements to go through, and then will come the warning. But otherwise, Charleston does severe weather coverage the way it's supposed to be done. It's supposed to shorten the broadcast cycle to only focus on watches and warnings that are active, that are active and in effect. Yeah, so they shorten it so it only focuses on active watches. This is the one very few offices that do severe weather coverage right. Because other offices, they don't completely reduce their programming. Some just do forecasts. Some just do 7-day forecasts and then active watches and warnings. Or some do observations and then watches and warnings. And then there are very few offices that don't reduce programming at all. That don't reduce their programming at all. Some examples include New York City, Mount Holly, DC, and Grand Rapids. Oh yeah, I can't forget about Charleston, West Virginia. And Milwaukee, Wisconsin, I believe. Okay, there we go. Let's connect over to the computer so that I can. I see the white light. It confirms that it's charged all the way. Let me go back on WAO quickly before we do anything else. Is that it, or is there more? Oh, perfect. There was the warning that we missed. I tried to go back on that one and I had no luck doing so. I see Seattle went late. But otherwise, that's it. So after we go back on these, then we'll move on to our next game. But anyway, now that the HP is charged, let's go ahead and I'll go ahead and plug the Dell back in. We'll go ahead and plug back in the Dell. Get it backed up. Like I said, let's connect back to the computer so we can take care of Seattle. Okay, that's done.
In southeastern Georgia, Allendale County in southeastern South Carolina, Camden County in southeastern South Carolina, and 11 p.m. Eastern Daylight.
Turn over and I can't hear.
Severe thunderstorms will located along
For a period of time, okay?
state over Scarborough, winds at 15 miles an hour. Hazard 16 miles
Okay,
an hour.
let me,
Wind gusts and small hail.
When we get through turn over here, we're just gonna start now and then that'll play back to it.
Damage to roof.
All right. Now let's play some Hyperbole.
Pennsylvania. Ferry landing. Seek shelter inside a well-built structure and stay away from windows. These storms are capable of producing damaging effects.
This is all I got of that flash flood warning. This one came right before it. All right, let's start the game here. This one. All right. Now to put the last two in here.
Georgia. Spalding County in southeastern Georgia.
That's right. I'll just include what I've got. Turn that down. All right, we're caught up. is a very brave little thing. This bird is a very brave little thing. The video of the horse, severe weather events, amber alerts and a flood warning, some inside edition stuff. The goal plus the goal horn and goal song that they do. Mailbag preview. Non-Linux OS. Inner Princess Journey Part 2. I'm the king of the catio. I guess it's not called just any old patio anymore. It's the catio. There's a cat that lives on the patio, and you never know where it'll be. And when it sees humans as good company. When it sees a human in its sight, it's good company for it. While I enjoy seeing these animals, it's just my allergies that. What's this? Highway to Hell? Where's Beatrice? Here we go. Okay, it should be correct. Oh, there's MER. I can go back on it.
Kansas, North Central. Indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the north area.
Let's see what station I have in there for Georgetown.
1 to 2 inches are possible in the north area. Flash flooding is going or expected to begin shortly. Expected hazard. Impact. Flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, streets, and passes as well as other poor areas. Service in Wilmington has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern County and northeastern South Carolina, southwestern Orange County and northeastern South Carolina until 4:47 p.m. To 3:47 p.m. Severe thunderstorm was located in the southeast near and southeast and South Carolina. Equal 28 miles per hour gusts and quarter size national weather service radar indicated to the damage vehicles to sunlight. Expect wind damage areas and valor to the public. Locations and patterns include each area is listed for service by friendly here. One community option. For your protection, you can area room on the road around the building. There's a short damage. By calling the veteran description of the convened and 1-00 will be excited about 3901, including the following transgender KIH 77 Northeast, 41 Northeast. Until 3:30 p.m. following after the southeastern storm was located near them, moving north at 15 miles per hour. Expected hazards.
Well, that was the same product I just got.
This is a radar indicated threat.
Alright. So we're going to go over and take care of that flash flood warning right now. And that test on WDRO.
Radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned areas. Between 2 and 4 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 2 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard: flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source: radar. Impact: flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Meridian, Marion, Sunsua, Meridian Station, Lauderdale, and Timola. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles.
And then this thing here. Now, when I go back on the warning from Wichita, I'm going to actually include that statement about the AWIPS upgrade update. So Omaha is going to do that next week. And actually, mainly at the beginning of the week. Okay, that should be everything. Yep, that looks to be all of it. Okay, let's send over to Pika now. Okay, we're starting to see some updated risks come in. All right, let's go ahead and move Vista back up so we can get ready to play play this week's game of Monopoly. Yeah, of course the upgrades are taken quite a while, as Chicago has anticipated.
Southeastern Nebraska, 6:30 p.m. Storm was located 3 miles south of Beatrice, moving north at 15 miles. 3:30 p.m. Expected hazard size hail. This is a radar indicated threat. Impact damage to vehicles is expected. This severe thunderstorm will be near Beatrice around 3 p.m. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of the building. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued till 3:30 p.m.
The White House those same ideas. It's done here now.
Supported by Alberta Bear Theater in Billing.
Alright, so since we got that, let me go ahead and there's the Elkhart cam.
People love how the new homes.com helps get quick answers about any property by connecting them to the actual listing agent. I'm getting great exposure.
Speaking of exposure, can we get him a hat?
Ooh, what about Ray? Homes.com. We've done your homework.
I'm Ju. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Hero Cosmetics, and I founded the viral Mighty Patch. I was living in Korea from 2012 to 2014, and I was just worried.
Okay. Are we set? We are good. Okay. Alright. We already have the Monopoly disc inside, so let's go ahead and just start the game then. I'm gonna pull IEM up on the other iPad in case anything else ends up coming out.
Just a local game.
Okay, there we go. Alright. And of course, we're gonna play local. Yep. Let's be the dog this time. I don't think I've been a dog yet. Let's go all entrepreneurs. Okay. Why, of course. It's hard to choose. Let's do San Francisco. Why, of course, we're going to deal all properties, shorten the auction. This is how we shortened the game. We'll leave 3 turns as it is, increase the luxury tax. We're going to bring the salary down, start the initial cash at 500, lower the free parking, and just do those. Alright. We're ready. The game starts now.
Let's hit the road. Kate Ashbury.
Your turn, Iron. I can't wait to get started. 7. Chance. I love surprises. Take a ride on the Reading. If you pass go, collect $200. Here's your salary again, just for passing go. Muni. Top hat, roll, and good luck. Proceed. We got 5. Muni.
I own this. Of course I do. Yes.
You made a good choice picking me.
12. Electric company. What'll it be?
Let's buy it.
Buy, or is it auction time? You can't go wrong with the utility.
Oh, wow.
We got 5. Community chest. What's it going to be? You inherit $100. Shoo, let's hit the bricks.
Oh, the youngsters who's born.
All right.
7.
Yep.
Chance. Pay poor tax of $15. Top those cubes, battleship.
Miles away.
If feeling lucky, advance to go. Collect $200. Here's your salary, $200. Horse and rider, you have the dice. 8, looking great. Chinatown.
Just change.
Blue pants, 10. No Valley.
Just change.
Your turn, Iron. 7. Electric company. You'll have to do better than that. Top hat. Toss those ivories. Go.
Just visiting. How fortunate.
Okay, Doggy. Good luck. You rolled a 3.
Is
Yes. What'll it be? Pay out or be paid? Grand offer for opening. Advance to Illinois Avenue. Van Ness Avenue. Horse and riders, you have your dice. Pacific Heights.
Nice property, if you have only.
A computer opponent is proposing a trade. An AI player wants a trade. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry.
Easy.
Okay, Iron, press on. Peter from vacation. Aren't you the lucky one? Toss those cubes.
I'm raring to go.
8. Let's see where that takes us. Fisherman's Wharf. I can afford that. Okay, doggy. Good luck. St. Francis Wood.
It's still money.
Niner. $200. That's easy money.
It's still money.
Okay, shoe. Roll those dice. No Valley. But tonight, eh? This would buy you a good meal. Battleship. Full speed ahead.
I shall remain incognito here for a while.
Good luck, horse and rider. Niner. Around the board again. Here's your $200. The mission. Just change. Your turn, Iron.
Let's quit.
6. No Valley. You'll have to do better than that. Top Hat, it's up to you. Sing. Where? I can afford that. Okay, doggy. Good luck. A pair of sixes. Grab.
Imagine Patton having a massive
Fort Mason.
It's still money.
Cinco. Fisherman's Wharf.
It's still money.
Shoe. Let's hit the brick. Six. St. Francis Wood. Back in my day, this would buy you a good meal. 7. Seacliff. Back in my day, this would buy you a good meal. Top those cubes, battleships.
RYM. Okay, I will take care of that.
We got 6. Good luck, horse and rider. Make me for a ride. 8. Let's see where that takes us. Presidio Park. On the right track. Sure. Good deal.
Did that affect anything?
6.
Apparently it didn't. Good.
Okay, Iron, press on. 8. Russian Hill. You'll have to do better than that. Top Hat. Toss those ivories. We got 10. Community chest. What's it going to be? Get out of jail free. This card may be kept until needed or sold. Roll those bones, doggy.
All right, my turn to play now.
8, 2, 3. Castro Street. Sell it at auction or buy it.
Purchase.
You decide. Very good move. Shoe. Let's hit the bricks. $200. That's easy money. 8 Ashburn. Tonight, this would buy you a good meal. You have the dice battle.
Unbelievable. He turned 20 years old. And The first YouTube video is also 20 years old and was updated on the 24th of April 2005. And
Yeah, 20 years old.
it's a 19-second video in 240p.
Man, video quality has come a long way since then.
Titled Me at the Zoo. Now, I'll leave that original video linked in the description if you'd like to go check it out, because obviously it's made history. They've come a long way since Me at the Zoo. Now, amongst all the 20-year celebrations, it seems that Google and YouTube are now A/B testing a new video player interface, which means only a small subset of users receive the feature I keep you guys in the loop. And there are reports suggesting that it's not been met with the best review. And if we just head over to two images provided by Neowin, this will give us a general idea. So old and new. Now, here on the left, this is what the is for the user interface. And then obviously here to the right is the video interface. So just to break this down, the new UR features that are more prominent. So we can actually see they've got a bit of padding around them, or material U. And then we've got the next, which is currently still the case. But a big one here is that the volume button has now moved over to the right. It's quite a big change, which might take a bit of getting used to. And next to the next button to the right, we've got the timestamp and then the video chat button. And we can also see that it's taken on a bit of a transparent style. And then if we head to the next image provided, as your settings, old new, and you can see they've removed the red color. I've just given it a more material, monotone, almost grayscale look and feel, to be quite honest with you, which looks a little bit silly. Volume slider and adjust the volume accordingly. Just the settings layout.
This Minecraft edition laptop is
Dynamics.
Here's $200 just for looking so good. Let's get going. 7. Fort Mason. You just anywhere. Must be my place. You got control of the dice, Top Hat. Both hands, 10. Fisherman's Wharf. I can afford that. Half a dozen. Van Ness Avenue. I can afford that.
So as you can see, Intel cell around inside. We'll have the exact cell
Like a knife.
but it just says quad per cell. Kind of surprised. This does have all the typical laptop. I do like how they did this. And sleeping too rich, so you got is get through the setup process. Yeah, what we're gonna do is get through the setup process. Get through the setup process. Because that's what you came here for, right? Plug it in to get the best farming.
your turn, Shu.
Andy, how does it feel to win the summer?
You have to do better than that. You have to do better than that. From the chicken one. You have to do better than that.
Top hat, roll, and good
We
luck.
have games installed, but we can't test games yet until we install some of these beautiful stickers.
Exactly.
What is it? Actually, it's $5.
Good luck.
4-core 4-threat. For the most part, the Jeff has a
You 10 of them. That's like a cheap laptop for school.
and Steve in here and made a world just to saved 8 really like this and just wants to play this. But it's playable right now. I'll give it that. We can do the flat test. We'll place a bunch of TNC. Test and build like the biggest bunch of fancy settings. Heading Beautiful
I
Sky.
heard fire alarm. In cool.
Shu, let's hit the brick. Hey, let's see where that takes us. Pacific Heights. In my day, this would buy you a good meal. Roll the ivories. 4. Chance. Look, make general repairs on your property. For each house, pay $25. For each hotel, $100. It's your turn, horse and rider. Looks like 7 to me. Electric company. Okay, Iron, press on.
Did Drew actually go to the pool today?
Sequence. You'll have to do better than that.
If so, most likely an indoor one because the outdoor ones. If so, most likely an indoor one because the outdoor ones aren't even ready yet.
Doggy.
Sure, I'll roll the bones.
You were lucky.
Looks like 7 to me. Back so soon? Here's your $200. I don't see you right here. You have the dice battleship. We got 6. $200. And you didn't even do anything. Community chest. What'll it be? Pay out or be paid? From sale of stock, you get $45. Horse and rider, you have the dice. 12. Van Ness Avenue. Looks like 7 to me. Knob Hill. Your turn, Iron.
That's a pretty small watch. We can't get it.
The electric company. Top hat, it's up to you.
Damage, right? That's the drop the F.
11. Castro Street. I can afford that. It's over.
Wow, it looks like they repositioned the camera since.
Waterworks. An AI player wants a trade. The trade is complete.
Sorry, Andrew said. They have loud fire alarms.
Of course. Not sure if Park Ridge actually has a indoor aquatic facility like my town does.
This is how it is. Sequence.
At 3:24 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near Washington, moving north at 15 miles per hour. Sunday. Says radar indicated threat. Is expected. Locations affected include
See if you get Ginger to talk.
thunderstorm warning until 4:15 p.m. following county.
Top hat, it's up to you.
Is any of MLS taking that?
$200. Soma. I can afford that. 4.
Nope, not at all.
Your turn, Daddy.
Doggy.
Another turn around the board, another $200. It's still safe. Let's keep this game rolling.
Using a mobile safe.
Show me that guy. Christmas time of year. 100. Show us your stuff, horse and rider. Let's see what it is. Bank pays you $50. By 11.
Let's try
Turn
quotation marks.
All right, isn't it about time for the evening Amtrak's and Jeopardy? Google Street View car in person. Explore the world at google.com/street view. How's my driving? That's the car they used to bring us all these amazing Street View pictures. Alright. Got time for Jeopardy to start. Did Zephyr go out? Did Zephyr go by?
Look, you have won second prize in a beauty contest. Collect $10. 8. Bay Area Rapid Transit. Just anywhere. Must be my place. You got control of the dice, Pat. We got 6. St. Francis Wood. I can afford that. Toss those cubes.
Alright, let's take my turn while Jeopardy gets started.
Love surprises. Advance token to the nearest railroad and pay owner twice the rent to which he is otherwise entitled. And if railroad is unowned, you may buy it from the bank. You're up, Shoe. Good luck. Half a dozen. No Valley. Good night, eh? This would buy you a good meal. You have the dice battleship. We got 5. Knob Hill. You don't have to do better than that to sink me. It's your turn, horse and rider. Both hands. 10. It's Iron's turn. Lucky 7.
St. Francis Wood. You'll have to do better than that. Top hat, roll, and good luck. Eater from Decatur. Here's $200, just for looking so good. Roll those bones, doggy.
That's a good noise. And there it is, occurring within seconds. Drive that running time. 758 bytes.
Six. Knob Hill. It's still money. You're up, Shoe. Good luck. San Francisco International Airport.
Back in my day, this would buy you a good meal.
You have the dice battleship. 4. San Francisco International Airport. You should do better than you think me. It's your turn, horse and rider. Niners. Your turn, Irish. Niners. Here's your salary, $200. You have to do better than that. Good luck. We got 6. The mission.
Don't I own it? Of course I do. Yes!
Let's keep this game rolling. 6. Pacific Heights. It's still Lucky 7. Fast go. Collect $200. It's easy. $200 or 10% of your assets. Okay, shoot. Roll those dice. We got 6. Here's your salary, $200.
Back in my day, this would buy you a good meal.
Battleship, you're out. We got 4. Sea Cliff. We got 6. Back so soon. Here's your $200. You would have to do better than that to sink me. Show us your stuff, horse and rider. Cinco. Ferry terminal. Change. It's Iron's turn. 6 and 5, 11. Electric company. You'll have to do better than that. Let's get going. We got 5. Golden Gate Bridge.
I can afford that.
You, dog. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. Uh-oh, the trade is canceled. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry.
All right. It's on its next break. Let's continue.
Gate bridge. It's still tight. Shoo, let's hit the bricks. Heat ash.
Imagine this would buy you a good meal.
Battleship, full speed ahead.
Meanwhile, I found a video from V West Life about the biggest size IDE hard drive that was manufactured. Well, the biggest IDE hard drive that's ever been made. So 750 gigabyte hard drive that was manufactured in 6, and he was trying to and he was talking about how it was possibly failing, and he also walked through some diagnostics that he tried to do to see what was going on with it. It showed how Windows 10 would not try to fix the drive. But then when he put it through, and then when he tried to repair the drive in Windows 7, then he tried copying over whatever he tried to copy over earlier. All right, back to Jeopardy.
We got six. Presidio first.
Imagine this would buy you a good meal.
Battleship, you're up. 12. Guard. The marina. To do better than that to sink me. A nickel. Russian hail. Yours to do better than that to sink me. You five. Valley. Shift change. Your turn, Iron. Let's do it. Lucky 7. Van Ness Avenue. You'll have to do better than that. Top hat. Toss those ivories. 5. Muni.
I own this. Of course I do. Yes.
Okay, Doggy. Good luck. computer opponent is proposing a trade. An AI player wants a trade. An AI player wants a trade. Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry. An AI player wants a trade. An AI player wants a trade. Negotiations have been suspended. So a computer opponent is proposing a trade.
Okay, Jeopardy's on its last break. Oh, of course they issued another one. Okay, good. I did put Dodge City and Goodland in there, so we should be set. Let me just make sure. Let me just double check my list. Oh, wait, there shouldn't be any. Okay. All right, Goodland is in there. Did I put Pueblo in there too? Did I put Pueblo? Yes, I did. Okay. Okay, we're good. We're good. I got Pueblo in there. I have Goodland in there. Dodge City's in there. We're all set. No result to pay.
You got control of the dice, Top Hat. 10. Ferry terminal. I can afford it. Your turn, doggy. We got freight. Telegraph Hill. It's still safe.
Go again.
8. San Francisco International Airport. It's still. You're up, Shoe. Good luck. Looks like a 9. Where does that take us? Telegraph Hill.
Good night, Daddy. This will buy you a good meal.
Battleship. You're up. Looks like a 9. Where does that take us? Electric Company. You don't have to do better than that to sink me. Horse and Rider, you have the dice. 12. Cars. Another turn around the board. Another $200. 6. Ferry Terminal. Come on, let's play. Looks like a 4 to me. Top hat, roll and good luck. Lucky 7. Chance. Love these. It's love. You have been elected chairman of the board. Pay each player $50. Your turn, doggy.
All right. That's it for Jeopardy. I'm going to take my turn, then we're going to play catch up. We got 10. Here we go. Plug in the thing. We're going to start right here. All right. That we got. That we got live. Next one. I think that pause is too long. Okay, there we go.
Huntsville, Alabama has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Marshall County in northeastern Alabama, southwestern Madison County in north central Alabama, southeastern Morgan County in north central Alabama, until 4:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 3:39 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Priceville, or 9 miles east of Hartselle, moving east at 10 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 miles per hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact, hail damage to vehicles is expected. Entries. Impacted include Eddy, Lacey Spring, Valparaiso Springs, Farley, Triana, Florette, Somerville, Whitesburg, Morgan City, and Redstone Arsenal. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 4:45 p.m.
Any more? Here's one.
The National Weather Service in Pueblo has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Otero County in southeastern Colorado, east central Los Angeles County in southeastern Colorado, southwestern Bend County in southeastern Colorado, until 3:30 p.m. At 2:56 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located 15 miles south of Higby, or 30 miles south of North La Junta, moving north at 20 miles an hour.
This sounds like a quest. And you can't go back on Battery Tower alone. Nomad is the last place I would expect this to.
Southwestern Bend counties. For your protection, move to an interior. Northeast at 20 miles per hour. Expected hazard. Locations impacted include Potawatomi Reservation in the for your protection, move to it. Topeka has issued a flash flood warning in northeastern Jackson County and northeastern Kansas, southeastern Yamaha County and northeastern Kansas until 8 p.m. 4:01 p.m. Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 2 and 3.5. Flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Expected hazards include flash flooding caused by thunderstorms.
Now presenting the nominees for Best Picture.
Okay, let's see if I can run Monopoly with the touchscreen. Nope. It's not possible. Oh well, I tried. Now, where was that picture of that third wallpaper for Windows 10? Okay, we're gonna move on now. Start here. Nothing else to see there. Now, when did Monroe, Tennessee come in? Oh, here it is. This guy crashed.
Southwestern at 5:15 p.m. Eastern. 33 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. A severe thunderstorm was located 7 miles east of the.
This was one of the first things I did when built 219 It took us 2 days to go from 21310 to 21110. What's the worst that will happen on an unsupported PC? He put Windows 7 on a window. He put Windows 11 on a Windows 7 installer. All right, let's continue. Are there any more Oh, we gotta go back on one. That's it. I just realized there was a test where you have to go back on still. So let's do that now. And that test would be this. Stop KSTC from opening. Okay, we got the microphone audio back, but the
Okay,
virtual
we got the
machine audio
microphone
is
audio back.
gone. It's alright, we can play without sound. Yeah, it's alright, we can play without sound. Alright. So I've decided now that today's weekly test compilation will officially be severe weather event number 30. Is that it? That's it currently. So it's officially going to be number 30 for the year. And I was just about to set up the Big Numbers Marathon that we're going to be airing today. And in addition to today's episode, in addition to today's Big Number episode, I'm also going to put tomorrow's episode in there because, as I had mentioned earlier, we're going to be coming on the air straight live. We're going to be going straight live first thing tomorrow. Yeah, with this thing already over 2 hours long, it's pretty much been justified at this point. But yeah, I mean, now with the end of Windows 10 just months away at this point, I mean, as I've been talking about, a lot of businesses, including myself, are getting ready to are gonna have to make a very important decision. I mean, my school, my not my college, but my previous school district had already retired Windows 10. In fact, they didn't just retire Windows 10; they've actually completely retired the Microsoft ecosystem. They didn't even want to bother going to Windows 11. Instead, they decided to switch over to Google altogether, like my father's school. So my father's school runs entirely on Google. With mainly the laptops are that they have our Chromebooks, which of course run Chrome OS. So everything there is Google, and so is my school. I'm pretty sure they got brand new Chromebook machines to replace those other ones. You know, maybe if I heard about the now that I think about it, if I had heard about my school doing like a community sale of selling those old computers from the school to the general public, I could have taken one of them here at home, and I could have just wiped Windows 10 off of it and just put Windows 11 on it. Then I would have had the exact same computer that I would have had when I was in high school. I mean, it was pretty nice living with it, but now if I just want to get it back, I might not be able to get it back with the exact same specs that I was given, but nonetheless, someday I might find one, and I could find one with Windows 11, and if it comes with Windows 10, oh well, I'll just wipe 10 off the machine and just put Windows 11 on there. Although I don't even know, when were those things made? 2016. Yeah, I think it was 2016. So, yeah, with those things being made in 2016, now that I think about it, those machines were brand new when Windows 10 celebrated its anniversary, the anniversary update in 2016. that's when my school got them. So pretty much by standard means, there was no way those things would meet the minimum system requirements to be upgraded to Windows 11. And I don't know about those, but what really surprised me, especially with this XPS, is that this machine actually, as I said, the XPS actually has TPM 2.0. So, with TPM 2.0 being a must have, I'm pretty sure even if the processor isn't supported, sure, I can go ahead and upgrade it to Windows 11. I mean, it doesn't have a support processor and it has a TPM 2.0 chip, then sure. Because, I mean, TPM 2.0 will take advantage of all of Windows 11's new security features. But then those other systems that I have only have TPM 1.2. But then I'm not sure what Microsoft is going to do regarding unsupported machines when it comes to the October 2025 end of support date for Windows 10. I mean, I was surprised that they, for a brief time, were to allowed Windows 11 on unsupported hardware for a brief time, and then removed the bypass for TPM and CPU. On both of those, the Lenovo and Vostra I have, both of those don't even come close to meeting the system requirements. They're from 2012. They either don't have a TPM at all, or they only have TPM 1.2. Regardless of that, like I said, I'm going to have probably a new system, or maybe a few new systems come in later this year. Hopefully those are, I'm going to try to make sure that those systems are Windows 10, not Windows 8. I want to make sure they are 10. So that way, after I get them, I can wipe the data off of it and then take them home and repurpose it. I'm pretty sure they're going to get rid of a Latitude this year. I know there's that one Latitude. I think it was is it a 7th or 6th generation? I don't know. But whatever generation that is, it most likely does not meet the minimum system requirements to be upgraded to Windows 11. So, I mean, if I can put Windows 11 on there, sure, I'll go ahead. As long as it has TPM 1.2. For my other Inspiron, I'm going to be planning on moving that in here too. But then there are a bunch of things I'm going to have to do in order to prepare it, for another good few years in service. I mean, considering that license that was on there was Windows 7 Home and Windows 11 Home. No, I don't think it was able to activate with the Windows 7 Home license. I was able to attach my personal Microsoft account to it, and it activated. So, I'm pretty sure after the update, the license code will have to carry over, but I mean, doing a clean reinstall. So, yeah, pretty much I'll have to manually update the system, not by Windows Update, but I'll have to do it via the. I'd rather not do a clean installation if I'm just going to keep all my stuff on there. So preferably, what I'll just do is I'll just use the methods to allow for upgrade or update to 20. I'll probably take it to 24H2 right now, and then we'll see what happens. Okay, it should be correct. this flash warning from Huntsville. So yeah. When I get that new system, I'll try to see if I can recover the recovery partition on the Vostro one last time. And whether it fails or not, I'll be retiring it from service afterward. And Latitude will be taking its place. I see an IPOS test is going to come first. So yeah, most likely as soon as I get that, I'll try to see if I can restore it to the factory image. And then try to see if I can upgrade it. Otherwise, I'll just grab all the drivers off Dell's website and then do a clean install of Windows 11 Pro. Because of course the Latitude came with Windows Pro. So by that point then I'll be upgrading it. I'll be pretty much installing Windows 11 Pro over Windows 10 Pro. Okay, this should be correct. I probably stopped it too quickly. Oh, there we go. The sound came back. Quartz and limestone, we can get that on phones, can we?
So you uphill.
In north central Alabama, western Williams County in north central Alabama, northeastern Lawrence County in northwestern Alabama, until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 4:41 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Trinity, 7 miles southwest of Decatur, moving more than 10 miles per hour. After 15 miles per hour, gusts and quarter-sized hail.
Yeah, that's pretty much my plan.
Are indicated.
Machines.
Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Decatur, Portland, Trinity, Cleveland Springs, Hillsborough, Caddo, Basham, Wheeler, and North Carolina. For your protection, move to an interior roof. Hail, damaging wind, insinuate the cloud to ground lightning are occurring with this storm. Indoors immediately. Lightning is one of nature's leading killers. Remember, if you can hear thunder, you are close enough to be struck by lightning. Torrential rain.
I know my wits about me.
It's over to you, dog. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. A computer opponent is proposing a trade.
Okay. Test.
An AI player wants a trade. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry.
All right. Let's continue.
China. It's your turn, Shu.
And then I'll most likely just throw the Dell XPS onto Windows 11 and it doesn't meet the minimum requirements.
Didn't do anything. Yeah, see you back here.
Wait a second. Wait a minute. How did I not realize I had Oklahoma City in there twice? Oh well. Oh well. It'll find it. It'll find a duplicate and it'll disregard it, or at least it should. If it comes up as a duplicate, I'm alright. I'll just only take the one. I'll just only accept the one. I'm just gonna accept the one, and that's the end of it. So. All right. I believe it's just about that time. So, starting with iron, we're going to give every player one last turn. Then we're going to have to stop. Vertical.
Telegraph Hill. Shu. Let
Where was the one? Okay, where was it? All right, which one was it? Is this it?
It's triggered a glitch. When you hit that level this time in the game, this is gonna happen. Ready for it? All right, you've made it this far. Now it's time to spin that prize wheel. There's one. Surprise, surprise. Give me back my money and I'll give you a chance to see if. What? Hey, John.
sale of stock. You get 45.
You did it. You had it on the. Hey, John. Give me back.
Looks like a nut.
You get 3. Oh, Chuck. Somebody's gonna surprise. All right. Surprise. Let's see what that was. How? Oh, wow. Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? That's that. It'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue. Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking.
There aren't, but I'm just asking. It'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
If there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount.
Just asking. It'd be nice. Hey, continue.
Puzzle. No, I'm just asking. I mean, continue. Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount?
I'm just asking. There are, but I'm just asking. It'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking. Hypothetically, there aren't, but I'm just asking. It'd be nice. Continue.
Oh,
Wouldn't
yeah.
it be great if there were 4 of
Nope.
them in the puzzle at
Nope.
that amount?
Stow the bones away and save it for another day. It'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue. Oh, I love this. Well, at least my station's gonna take everything while I go have dinner. Alright, so I'm gonna go get some dinner now. Let me flip the color back. I'm not sure if that's a bug. I think that's a bug where the accent color on some windows aren't matching. Yeah, it seems to be a bug. If I'm able to send feedback to Microsoft for the stable version, I'll probably tell them that that's a bug and probably tell them that that's a bug and see if they could get that figured out. But otherwise, nothing else too major. It's still working fine. Okay, I'm gonna let whatever products are going through go through. I'm gonna go get dinner now, and then we're going to get ready to start that. Oh yeah, and I gotta start something else too. I almost forgot. Where are you at? Streamwriter, documents, apps. There it is. All right. There we go. That's ready to go. So let me go have my dinner now, and then we will get ready to start that marathon for you all.
Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There aren't, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue. Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There aren't, but I'm just asking. Continue. Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue. Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There aren't, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice. Continue. Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There aren't, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue. Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There aren't, but I'm just asking. I mean, continue. Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking. Hypothetically, there aren't, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue. Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There aren't, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice. Anyway, continue. Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking. There aren't, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue. Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking. Hypothetically, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue. Would it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There aren't, but I'm just asking. It'd be nice. And continue. Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking. Hypothetically, there aren't, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue. Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking. Hypothetically, there aren't, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue. Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle? I'm just asking hypothetically. There aren't, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice. Continue. Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking. I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue. Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There aren't, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue. Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking. There aren't, but I'm just asking. It'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue. Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking. There aren't. I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue. Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There aren't, but I'm just asking. It'd be nice. Anyway, continue. Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There aren't, but I'm just asking. It'd be nice. Continue. Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking. There aren't, but I'm just asking. It'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue. Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking. There aren't, but I'm just asking. It'd be nice. Anyway, continue. Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking. There aren't. I'm just asking. It'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue. Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? just asking hypothetically. There aren't, but I'm just asking. It'd be nice. Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking. Hypothetically, there aren't, but I'm just asking. It'd be nice. Anyway, continue. Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue. Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There aren't, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice. Anyway, continue. Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. I'm just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue. Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking. Hypothetically, there aren't, but I'm just asking. It'd be nice. Anyway, continue. Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There aren't, but I'm just asking. It'd be nice. Anyway, continue. Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking. It'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue. Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There aren't, but I'm just asking. It'd be nice. Anyway, continue. Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking. There aren't. Just asking. That'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue. Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking hypothetically. There aren't, but I'm just asking. That'd be nice. Continue. Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking. There aren't, but it'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue. Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking. There aren't, but I'm just asking. It'd be nice. Anyway, continue. Wouldn't it be great if there were 4 of them in the puzzle at that amount? I'm just asking. Hypothetically, there aren't, but I'm just asking.
It'd be nice, right? Anyway, continue. No wonder I love those clips so much. Okay, we're just about ready to start the marathon here. I just saw Hawaii Public Test. Thank God I added my monitor, or else I would be SOL. Let me check that off the list. What about that Charleston warning? Did it ever go through? It did not go through. Interesting. All right. Like I said, my time is just about up here, so I'm going to go ahead and put these in now. I'm going to go ahead and put these products in. So that's Dodge County. This is Hawaii Public. So let me go ahead and trim these down. It seems like there's some other monitor that's also doing the national thing. What's that? What's this one, Huntsville? Interesting. Well, it's the first time in a while I've seen that, but nonetheless. Well, I'll have to get into the bottom of this and see which one is actually monitor 86 who's sending out that false EAN. Well, alert being very expired. Yeah, so that's the only valid EAN that was ever sent, and there has never been a valid EAN since that time. All right. So as I get ready to head out here, let me remind all of you one final time the schedule here for what we're going to be doing. So once again, we're going to be starting the big number. We're going to be doing a big numbers marathon. Ooh, KGBL. Glad for that. Let's try to type in that number. 80.176:8000. Is that the right number? No, it's 8006. That's for Dodge City. If it opens in my phone, got 80.17. Oh no, it's 178. Assignment graded. Okay. All right then. So, again, as I said, all right. The city and then Tampa. There we go. Okay. I believe it is just about time for us to get going here. Yeah, it actually really is time now. So I went back on almost all the Amtraks. There's only a couple more I still need to go back on. That being Amtrak Zephyr number 5, the Evening Builder, and Borealis. I'll take care of those on the way. Now, we're going to go ahead and start the marathon now. I'm just going to go ahead and take this offline to save bandwidth. And all right. So we're going to go ahead and start the marathon at this time. Monroe, Tennessee. Again? Okay. All right. We're going to go ahead and start the marathon now. We hope you enjoy it, and I'll be back later tonight for our main event. All right, we got the 10,000 yesterday. Can we do it again today? I hope. And we start with a 12. Let's do 6, 2, and 4. They're off the board already. And there's a 7. Do that on its own. All right, next one. It's an 8. And we'll take the 8 off on its own. There's a 6. 5 and 1 is the only way it comes off. All right. 3, 9 on its own. We'll keep this thing going. A 12 will win us the 10,000 again. Let's see it happen. We got 3 chances. There's a 7. Can't do that. 7 again. Can't do that. And there's the 8, but we've been saved at the last second. Not this time. Oh my goodness. The 7's showing up twice in a row again. But let's see if we can do it again in game number 2. I sure hope we can. Let's see. There's the 7. The 7 that pretty much costed us. All right. Next roll is a 10. And we're going to do the 8 and the 2. There they go, off the board. Next, we see a 6. And we will take that 6 on its own off the board. All right, next roll coming up. It's another 6. We'll do the 5 and the 1. Get them off. All right, next one. It's a 5. Fortunately. Well, we didn't do it again this time, but tomorrow is Thanksgiving Day, so of course we'll be back tomorrow for that. But until then, we'll see you next time. All right, here we are, back with the big numbers, and we start with a 7. We'll take the 6 and the 1 off the board. Okay, next roll coming up, a 5. We'll take off the 3 and the 2. There they both go. Next roll is a 7. We'll do the 7 by itself. Okay, next roll is an 11, which we cannot play, sadly. Oh, fail in game 1. Can we do it in game 2? So, first roll is a 9. We'll do the 8 and the 1 off the board. Next roll is a 3. And that's the only thing we can do. Now we have a 5 again. And that on its own is the only way it comes off the board. Next roll is a 6, and it's a double. We'll take the 6 off. Okay, next roll is a 3. We've been saved by the marker. And there's the 7. Alright, we're in a good position. There's the 7 again. Twice in a row, the 7 shows up and ruins the show. Oh, that's a shame. Well, we will be back tomorrow to close out the week. Hopefully on a good note, though. But until then, we'll see you next time. It's Tuesday. Let's get started. First roll, a 7. And we will clear just that. Okay, next roll, 3. Clear the 2 and the 1. All right, next roll. 2, but it's a guaranteed double. There's 6. Let's clear that. Next roll. It's a 4. All right, let's see what shows up next. It's a 9. Oh boy, we got quite a lot of options here. And there's a 7, which is not one of them. But we're going to try again. Game number 2. And let's see what we can do it this time. First roll, 7. Clear the 6 and the 1. Next roll, 10. Clear the 8 and 2. Next roll, an 8. Clear the 5 and 3. Next roll is an 8 again, but we have that marker, and now we don't, sadly. So that's it for today, but we'll be back tomorrow to try our luck again. But until then, we'll see you next time. Hey everybody, and welcome to a brand new show. This is the High Rollers Big Numbers bonus game, which is now being turned into an actual show here on the SPC Plainfield Network. So, I'm sure many of you do not know what High Rollers was. It was actually a game show. There were actually several different versions. The first one was actually done by NBC in the late 70s with host Alex Trebek. He would eventually later go on to host Classic Concentration and Jeopardy! And then it was brought back in the late 80s, I believe, with Wink Martindale as host. And both versions are basically the same. So, but here we're talking about the big numbers bonus game. So, how it basically works is, well, here, I'll just show you as we play our first game here. So, how it works is roll a pair of dice. So then, with these 9 numbers, you got to mark down the numbers that add up to the number you rolled. So 3 and 1, for example, which we'll mark down. And on the actual show, you'd earn $100 for each number you mark down. If you mark off all 10, then that would be $10,000 to your score. And like we just saw, if you roll a double, you get an insurance marker, which will save you from a bad roll, which is a number you cannot play. In this case, is a 3, which is a bad roll here. So, we're going to keep going until we roll a bad roll and we don't have an insurance marker, or when we knock off all 10 numbers. And we're going to play 2 rounds each episode. So this is game 1. So let's keep going. Next, we have a 7. And we're going to mark off the 7 on its own. All right, let's go again. And we got a double. We have an 8. We're going to do the 8 on its own. So now we have 2 insurance markers. Okay, there's the 8 again. We're going to do 6 and 2. All right. Good rolls left are 9, 5, and 4. Okay, there's a 7, so there goes the insurance marker. There's the 8 again. All right, that's the last one. Last chance. And the 8 showed up for a 3rd time. Well, that was good. Let's go again. As I said, we're doing 2 games per episode. So this is the 2nd game. And there's a 7 we start with. Let's do the 7 by itself. But it's also important that you primarily focus on getting the 1 off, because if you end up leaving just the 1 on the board, it cannot be played with those 2 dice and the game would be over. So just keep that in mind. And we have a 4 and a 2 to mark down 6. And we have a 10. So let's do 9 and 1. So 3, 5, 6, 8, 9, and 11 are the good rolls left. And wow, that 7 showed up. Well, that was a fun premiere. So we will be back with you all again tomorrow to do it all again. Until then, thanks for watching and have a great day. All right, here we go again. We start with a 6. Let's clear off the 4 and the 2. Okay, next roll. It's an 8. Let's clear the 5 and the 3. Okay, next roll. An 8. Let's do the 7 and the 1. All right, next roll. A 6. Let's clear the 6. All right, next roll. It's an 11. Unfortunately, we didn't do it, but we're going to try again. All right, first roll up is a 7. Let's do the 7. All right, next roll. It's a 9. Let's do the 8 and the 1. All right, next roll. It's a 10. Let's do the 6 and the 4. Next roll. It's a 4, but we've been saved. There's the 7. Okay, next roll is a 4 again. Well, that is definitely unfortunate, but we will be back tomorrow to try this again. But until then, we'll see you next time. It's a whole new week. Let's get started. We start with a 9. We are going to do the 6 and the 3. Let's get those two off the board. Okay, let's go again. And this time now we have a 7. Let's do that naturally. Okay, next roll is a 5. And the only way, actually there's the 4 and the 1 as another possibility, but I'm going to take the 5 naturally off the board. And all rolls are still good. Next is an 8. Yeah, these two won't work. So the natural 8 is the only way it comes off the board. And there's the 8 again. Oh my. Well, it was really our only option now, so. Alright, let's go again. Alright, first roll up is a 9. And we're going to take that naturally off the board. Okay, next roll is a 5. And we're going to do that on its own. Okay, next roll is a 5 again. We're going to do the 4 and the 1. We're going to take all those numbers off the board. Let's go again. And there's an 8. So we get an insurance marker for that. And there's a 2. We get another insurance marker. And an 8, but we've been saved. There's a 7. Let's do that. Okay, 3, 6, and 9 are the only ones that's left, and there's the 9! The 9 ends the game. Very nice. How about that? Well, let's do it again tomorrow, why won't we? Until then, see you next time. Alright, Thursday. Hope you all had a great Christmas. We start with a 9. That's what we'll take off the board. Next roll, a 7. And we'll take that 7 off the board. Okay, next roll, another 7. Clear the 5 and the 2 off the board. Okay, next roll is a 6. And we'll take off the 6. Okay, next roll is a 7. Let's take off the 4 and the 3. Alright. Now this is a situation we've been in for a while now. We do not want to see the 8. Because if we see the 8, the game will be over because we cannot take off the 1 with the dice. However, the only good move is a 9. And we see that 9 come up, that will be $10,000. It has happened once already. Can it happen again in this situation? Let's find out right now. Nope, there's the 6. We're looking for a 9. And there's the 5, sadly. Well, let's try this again in game number 2. And hopefully this time we can get somewhere. We start with a 7. And we'll take that 7 off the board. Alright, next roll is a 6, and it's a double. We will do the... Let's do the 3-2-1 combo. Why not? Hope that won't be bothered by that. The 6. Next roll is a 5, and we'll take that off the board. There's a 3. Get another roll. There's the 9. We're looking for a 12 now for 10 grand. There's a 10. We get another roll. There's the 4. Let's see an 8 now. And a 6. So close yet again. But we'll be back tomorrow to close out the week. Hopefully on a good note. But until then, we'll see you next time. Alright, brand new week here on the big numbers. And we start things off with an 8. And we're going to take the 1 and the 7 off the board. Good to get that pesky 1 out of the way early. Next roll is another 8, and we will do that naturally. Next roll is a 6. And we will take off the 4 and the 2. There they go. Next roll is a 7, unfortunately. Alright, let's go ahead and play round 2. Okay, first roll is a 9. And we will take that naturally off the board. Next roll, a 5. And we will do the 3 and the 2. There those go. Next one is a 3. And it's over very quickly. Well, we will be back tomorrow and we will do this all over again. But until then, thanks for watching and we will see you tomorrow. Or rather, we'll see you next time. Right, here we go yet again. We start with a 9. We're going to clear the 5 and the 4 off the board. Alright, next roll is a 6. Let's clear the 6. Next roll is a 5. Do the 3 and the 2. Alright, next roll, 7. Let's clear the 7. Alright, next roll is an 8. Alright, 10 and only a 10. We don't want to leave that 1 on the board again. Nope, there's the 12. And there's the 6. There's the 6 we took off that left the 1 on the board earlier this week. But we're going to try again game number 2. We'll see if this will be our lucky day now. We start with a 9. Let's do the 8 and the 1. Off the board. Next roll. 7. Let's clear the 7. Next up is a 2 and it's a double. Let's clear that. Next roll. It's an 8. We're going to do the 5 and the 3 off the board. Next roll. It's an 8, but it's a bad roll. There's a 10. Alright, we got 3 chances to see a 9, and only a 9. There's a 6. There's a 6 again, and there's a 12. One more chance. And it's a 10. 1 too high, unfortunately. Oh, that's how close we can get in this game. But we will be back tomorrow to try again, maybe win the money. Until then, we'll see you next time. Alrighty, welcome to Hump Day. Hump Day Wednesday. Next roll, actually not the next roll, the first roll I should say, is a 10. We'll take off the 9 and the 1. And there they go off the board. Next roll is a 5. And we will do just that. Next roll, another 5. We'll do the 3 and the 2. Take those off the board. Next roll, coming up, a 9. What a shame. All right, well, let's go again. Okay, first roll is a 9 again. We're going to do the 8 and the 1 this time. Okay, next roll is a 4. And we will take that number off the board. Okay, next roll, a 10. So that gives us that insurance marker. We will do the 7 and the 3. Only way it comes off the board. Next roll, a 6. And we will do that number naturally. All right, we got 3 chances. We have a 7. Okay, we are in good position here. 3 chances to roll a 9. There's a 7. There's an 8. We were so close. We had another chance. There's the 8 again. And there's the 8 once more. And we see the 9 now. No. What are the odds? The 8 just keeps showing up. Wow. What a very close game that was. Well, we will be back tomorrow. Until then, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you next time. All right, welcome to a new week. Let's get going. First up is a 6. Let's clear the 5 and the 1 off the board. Next roll, it's a 4. Let's clear the 4. All right, next roll, it's an 8. Let's clear the 8. All right, next roll, it's an 8 again. This time we'll clear the 6 and 2. Okay, next roll, it's a 4, unfortunately. But we are going to try again. Maybe we'll win it this time. Okay, first roll, it's a 4. Let's clear the 3 and the 1 off the board. Next roll, it's a 6. Let's clear the 4 and the 2. Alright, next roll, it's a 6. Next roll, 6 again. There goes the marker. There's an 8. Alright, next roll is a 7. That leaves the 5 and the 9 all on their own by themselves. There's the 3, unfortunately. Well, we didn't do it again today, but maybe tomorrow we can. But we'll have to find out. Until then, we'll see you next time. Alright, it's the end of the week. This is it. Our 100th show. Our 100th Big Numbers episode. Can't believe how far we have come throughout these past several months. And of course, it's you, our lovely viewers, that have made this show possible. Thank you so much for your continued support. But more on that in a bit. But anyway, let's get to the game. Once it lets me roll here. There we go. First up is an 8, and it's a double. Next up, we find a 9. Okay, next roll is a 7. And we will take that off the board. And all rolls are still good. It's a 4. And the only way it comes off the board is the 3 and 1. Next roll is a 3. We have another chance at it. There's an 11. Okay, we got 2 chances to roll a 6 for $10,000. So close with the 5. One more roll, and it's a 12, but We get another opportunity, and it's an 8. Wow, so close. All right, we are going to play game number 2. Okay, first roll of this game is a 9. Let's get that 10,000. That would really be a great way to end this episode. Okay, let's do the 8 and 1 for that 9. There's a 9 again. We'll do the 7 and 2. And all rolls are technically still good. Next one is a 3. And we will do it naturally. Alrighty. It's coming down to the wire now. There's the 6. Alright, one chance here. Let's see a 9 for 10,000 bucks. It's a 12. But thankfully we've been saved. Can we do it this time? No. That would have been nice to win 10,000 on the 100 show, but that's all right. But hey, again, thank you everybody for your continued support of this show. This is what makes it all possible. It couldn't have been done without your support. Thank you again from the bottom of my heart. We'll be back on Monday for episode 101. But until then, thank you for joining us and have a great weekend. All right. It's Tuesday, so let's get going here. Number 6 we start with. All right, there that goes off the board. And we have a 12. So there's the insurance marker. And we're going to take off the 9, the 1, and the 2. Let's do those all at once. And now 2 and 6 are bad rolls. And we have 11. We're going to do... Let's do 5, 4, and 3. No, that's 12. So we'll do 7 and 4. All right, 11 remains a good roll. And we see a 7. However, we have the insurance marker, so we get to go again. And it's a 4 this time. That's a shame. All right, let's go again. All right, here we go with game 2. We have a 7. We're going to do the 6 and the 1. All right, those are all off the board. And we have 11. I'm going to take off 7 and 4. There those go. And we see the 4 once more after I take it off the board. That is such a shame. Well, we'll be back tomorrow for the middle of the week. But until then, have a great day. Alright, it's another week. Let's get rolling here. First up is a 6. And we'll clear the 5 and the 1 off the board. Alright, next roll. It's a 5. We'll do the 3 and 2. There they go. Next roll. It's a 5 again. Well, once again, another saga of 4 numbers going off the board and one of the few bad rolls that ends the game. Well, let's see if that doesn't happen in game number 2. First up is a 10. Let's do the 6-3-1. Get those off the board. Next roll. 7. We'll clear the 5 and the 2 off the board. Next roll. A 7. All right, we're in good position so far. There's a 10. Another roll. 4. Clear that. All right, 8 and 9 are all that's left. There's a 9. All right, one chance at an 8. And a 5. Game number 2, and yet we don't get any further. Well, we were so close this time. But we'll be back tomorrow to try our luck again, and maybe we can win it. But until then, we'll see you next time. Okay, here we are on Wednesday, a week before Christmas. We start with a 5. We'll clear the 4 and the 1. Next roll, it's an 8. And we'll clear the 8. The next roll is a 4, and that's already it. 3 numbers in, and it's over already. Oh, that's too bad. But we're going to try again. Game number 2. And we'll see if we can do it this time. Alright, first roll is a 4. And we will clear that 4 off the board. Next roll, a 10. Clear the 9 and the 1. And there they go. Next roll, an 11. We will do the 6, 3, and 2 off the board. All right, next roll, a 9. We've been saved. Let's go again. There's a 5. 2 chances now to roll a 7 and an 8 on their own. There's the 7. 2 chances and an 8. We did it before. Can we do it again? 5, one more time. There it is. There we go. I told you it would happen again. So, mission accomplished. Another 10,000 there. Can we do it again tomorrow? Come back and find out. Till then, we'll see you next time. Here we go in the middle of the week. First roll is a 4. All right, 3 and 1. Take those off the board. Next roll, it's a 9. We'll do the 9 by itself. There that goes. Okay, next one, a 5. We will do that by itself. Okay, next roll, it's a 6. And we'll take that off the board. All right, next roll, it's a 10. Ooh, we have good chances here to roll an 11. 5. There it is. Second roll. But we did it 2 episodes in a row. Let's see if we can start a streak of $10,000 wins in a row. Let's see if we can make it back to back. Let's find out. So we start with a 9. We'll take that off the board. Next roll, the 6. We'll do the 5 and the 1 off the board. Next roll, the 7. We'll do the 4 and the 3. There they go. Okay, next roll, an 11. Well, while we did make it 2 in a row for episodes, we didn't do 2 in a row in terms of back-to-back. But maybe it'll happen tomorrow. Come back and we'll see. Until then, we'll see you next time. Well, next week is Independence Day. I can't believe we're already to this point. All right, we will start with 4 and 1 to make 5. All right. Next roll is a 5 again. And this time we're going to do the 3 and the 2. All right, next roll is a 9. And that's the only way it comes off the board. So, bad rolls now are 2, 3, 4, 9, and 10. Next up is a 7. And we're going to do that on its own. 7 and 12 are the bad rolls now. And we have an 11, 5, and 6. All right, got one chance to roll an 8 here. And there it is. That insurance marker is not going to matter. How about that to start the show? Let's go again. That was great. Can we make it 2 in a row? Let's see. And we start with a 9. We're going to do 7 and 1. No, that's 8. So 7 and 2 for 9. There we go. Okay. Next up is a 7. And now we're going to take off that 1. Okay, next up is an 8. And there's the insurance marker, which did not carry over from the last game. So we'll take off the 8 on its own. Bad rolls now are 2, 6, 10, and 11. Let's roll again. And we have an 8. So 5 and 3 will take off the board. All right. 9 and 4 are the only good rolls left. We got 2 chances to roll either. And there's a 5. There goes the insurance marker. Last chance. And there's a 5 again. Wow. Well, let's close out the week on a good note tomorrow. Maybe repeat that 10,000 win from earlier. But until then, thanks for watching and have a great day. All right. Welcome to Thursday. Here we go. We start with a 7. And we will do the 6 and the 1. Get those out of the way early. Okay, next one, an 8. And we'll do that by itself. All right, next roll. It's a 7. Again. Let's do the 4 and the 3 this time, although I may regret it later on. And I do. With that 8. Oh my. Okay. Let's go ahead and try again in game number 2. Alright. Ooh, we start with a 12. Very nice. So, watch this. 5, 4, 2, and 1. All coming off the board together. 4 numbers in one roll. That is great. There's the 7. Alright, next one. It's an 8, and it's a double. Alright. There's the 8 again, but we've been saved. And we get saved again by the 7. And the 7 ends it twice in a row. Again. Oh boy, wow. Clearing 4 numbers in one roll. That was impressive. Okay, we will be back on Friday, that's tomorrow, to end the week. And we hope you'll be with us then. But until then, we will see you next time. All right. Here we are on Thursday. We start with a 10. Let's do the 5 and the 1. Get those. No, we need more than that. 5, 4, and 1. There we go. Get those off the board. Next roll is a 3. And we'll clear that. Okay, next one is an 11. We'll do the 9 and the 2 off the board. Next roll coming up, it's an 8. And we'll do just that. All right, 6 and 7 are all that's left. There's a 9, but we get another roll. And there's the 4, showing up for a second time. Well, we are going to try this again. All right, here we go. We have an 8. And we'll clear that off the board. Next roll is a 9. We will clear the 9 on its own. Next roll is a 10. We'll clear the 5, 4, and 1. Next roll is a 7. We will clear that off the board. Next roll, a 4. And that sadly ends the game. Well, we did not do it again today, but tomorrow, can it be the day? We'll find out. But until then, we will see you next time. All right, it is Friday. We won the 10,000 yesterday. Let's see if we can do it again. We'll start with an 11. We will do the 5, 4, and 2. Get those off the board. Next roll, it's an 8. We'll do 7 and 1. There they go. Next roll, it's an 11. We'll do the 8 and the 3. And there they go. 6 and 9 are all that's left. There's the 9. Now let's see the 6. Nah, not half of it. That's a shame. Alright, well, here we go with game number 2. Let's see if we get there this time. Alright, first roll is a 3. We'll do the 2 and the 1. There they go, off the board. Next roll, a 5. We'll do the 5 by itself because that's the only way it comes off the board. Next roll, a 6. We'll do that. Next up, it's the 4 on its own. Next one, it's the 2, the snake eyes. We get another roll. There's a 3. 7, 8, 9 are all that's left. There's a 5. There's the 6, but we get another roll. There's the 9. 8 or 7. And there's the 5. That's unfortunate. Well, that'll do it for us this week. Come back on Monday. We will do this again. But until then, we'll see you next time. Alright, here we go again. We start with the 11. Wow, that was the number we were looking for in both games yesterday. Let's see. 8 and 3. Let's get those off. Okay, next roll is a 12. We will do the 5, 4, 2, and 1. Let's do this whole top row. And look at that. We're already down to 6, 7, and 9. Can we get either of them? There's the 7. 6 or 9. 6 or 9. Nope, not 11. Not an 8, unfortunately. Well, will our luck change in game number 2? I sure hope. But let's find out. Here we go. First roll, second game. There's that 12. Let's do 7, 3, and 2. There they go. Alright, next roll is a 10. Let's do the 9 and the 1. There they go, off the board. Next roll is a 7. And we're going to roll again. There's an 8. That's the only number that can come off the board. Next roll. 6 and 4 is the only numbers that can come off the board. Make 10. Okay, here we go. 5 is the only number remaining. Let's see it. Oh no, we don't want to see a 10. Not a 9. Show me a 5. There we go. We finally got the number we were looking for. So that's how we do it. We'll be back tomorrow to try and do it again. Until then, we'll see you next time. Alrighty, it is the end of the week as we get ready for the weekend. So, let's get started. First is a 4. Now we're going to take that naturally off the board. Okay, next one is a 9. Going to do the 8 and the 1. There those go. Next roll is a 6. We're going to do the 6 on its own, as that's the only way it comes off the board. And there's the 7. We're going to do that on its own. Nothing has changed yet. And there's an 11. The 9 and the 2. Let's do those. Alright, an 8 will get us 10,000. And there's a 4, but it's a double, thankfully. So we've been saved this time. But not this time. But that's 6. So we're going to go ahead and play our second round. Alright, first one is a 6. We're going to do the 5 and the 1. Okay, there those go. Next roll is a 3. And we're going to do that. Next one, a 6. We're going to do the 2 and the 4 and just finish that top row off. Okay, 6, 7, 8, 9, natural numbers, and there's an 8. And there's a 3. Well, maybe next week will be better, I hope. But until then, have a great weekend, and we'll see you next time. Okay, here we go again at the big numbers, and we start with an 11. Let's do 8 and 3. All right, next roll, a 4. We'll clear the... No, we can't do that. 4 on its own then. Next, a 10. 9 and 1 will clear. That's the only way it comes off the... Well, that was one of the only ways it comes off the board. Okay, next roll, a 5. And we'll clear the 5. Next roll. And there is a 5 again. Well, didn't do it this time, but can we do it in game 2? Well, let's find out. First roll is a 7. And we will clear the 6 and the 1 right off the board. Next roll, a 5. And we clear the 3 and the 2 right off the board. Next roll, a 6. Wow. Why didn't I clear that 5 on its own? Then we would have been able to play that 6, but oh well. So, we'll be back tomorrow and continue our quest for 10,000, but until then, we'll see you next time. It's day 4 of our 200th show week. Tomorrow will be the big show. So here we go. First roll is an 8. We'll clear the 7 and the 1 off the board. Alright, next roll, a 3. We'll take that off the board. Next roll, an 8. And we'll clear the 6 and the 2. We have an insurance marker because that was a double. Next roll, another 8. This time we can only do it naturally. Next, another 8, but we've been saved. There's the 5. Alright, 9 and 4 on their own. There's a 7. There's an 11. Too much. Well, yep, it's just how the dice goes. But we are going to try again in game number 2. So let's see how this goes. First roll is a 7. We'll clear the 6 and the 1. And there you go. Next roll, it's a 5. And we'll clear the 5. Next roll, it's a 5 again. Only move we can make. Next roll, a 9. Alright, next roll, it's a 4. 7 and 8 are all on their own. There's a 2, we've been saved. Same with that 10 and that marker. There's the 7. One chance to see an 8. And we see a 10 yet again. Oh my goodness. Well, let's see if we can make the 10,000 happen tomorrow. Our 200th show. But until then, we will see you next time. Alright. Time for some more big number fun. Let's go. Start with a 5. We'll take off the 3 and the 2 off the board. Okay. Next roll is a 7. And we will take that off. Okay. Next roll is a 6. And we will take the 6 off the board. Okay, next roll coming up. It's a 3. Well, that's a shame. But we're going to try again game number 2. So let's see what kind of luck we get this time. Alright, first roll up is a 5. And we'll do the 4 and the 1. So there they go, off the board. Next roll is a 9. And we will do the 5 and the... No, we can't do that. 3 and 6. Okay, next roll is an 11. 9 and 2. Good thing I left those numbers up there. Next roll is a 10, but we get another roll. And we don't. That's it. There's the 4. So, that's unfortunate. We didn't win it today, but maybe tomorrow. Maybe next time. And we hope to see you then. Okay, Hump Day. Hump Day Wednesday. We start with a 9. And we are going to take off the 8 and the 1 first. Okay, those are off the board. Let's move on to the next roll. We have a 6. And we're going to take that off the board. Okay, moving on to the next roll. And it's a 4. It's a double. And that is the only way it comes off the board. And there's an 8. We're going to do the 5 and the 3. That leaves a 2, 7, and 9 off the board. 11 will put us in a good position. And there's a 4. And there goes that insurance marker. And there's the 7. Let's see an 11 for $10,000 to end the drought. And there's an 8. Man, oh man. The dice are not as lucky this time. They've not been lucky, actually, so far. Like, a lot of shows so far, these dice have not been lucky. Well, let's see how good we can do in round 2. We'll start with an 8. And we have a 7 and a 1. We'll take those 2. And we will do the next roll. And it's another 8. And this time it's a double. So that means we get an insurance marker. We'll do the 2 and the 6. There those go off the board. Next roll coming up, a 7. And we will do the 4 and the 3, as that's the only way it comes off the board. A natural 5, 8, and 9 are the only 2 numbers left. 3 numbers left, I should say. There's the 8. Got 2 chances to roll a 9 or a 5. There's the 8 again. But thankfully that insurance marker saved me. And there's the 5. All right. Last chance. Let's see a 9 and a 6. We always get this close, and again, it keeps ending in disaster. Come on, Golden Dice. Come on. Let me actually win the 10,000. Well, we'll see how lucky they are tomorrow, I hope. But I know I'm not begging the dice or anything, but it's just the luck. That's just really how the game goes. But anyway, till then, thanks for joining us today, and we'll see you next time. All right, welcome to a whole new week of the big numbers. Let's get started. First roll is a 10. And we will start with the 9 and the 1. And there they go off the board. Next roll is a 9. We'll do the 5 and the 4 off the board. Next roll is a 6. And we'll take that 6 off the board. Next up is another 6, but we get another roll. And a 9, 7 and 2. There's the 2 again, so we get another roll. And there's an 8. Let's see a 3 for 10,000. Come on. Last chance at it. And we didn't get it. That's such a shame. Well, let's try again. Game 2. Alright, here we go in our second game. And we start with a 5. And we'll take that 5 off the board like so. Next roll is a 4. We'll do the 3 and the 1. Get those off the board. Next roll. A 5, and we didn't do it this time. Oh well. We will try again tomorrow, but until then, we will see you next time. Alright, welcome to a whole new week. We won 10,000 3 times last week. Let's see if we can do it again this week. I sure hope it's good. Well, not 3 times in a row, but 3 separate times throughout the week. And there goes that 9. Next we have an 8. We'll remove the 7 and the 1. Clear them off the board. Next roll is a 9. Let's clear off the 6 and the 3. There those go. Next roll. An 11. Let's clear the 5, 4, and 2 since that's the only way. Yep, those come off the board. Alright. One chance only to roll an 8. And it's a 6. Well, couldn't do it this time, but can we do it again in game 2? Well, can we do it in game 2, rather? Well, let's see. And we start with a double right away, so we're already in a good position. Let's clear the 9-1 combination that won us last week. Next roll will be number 6. Let's do that. So we'll clear that. Alright, next roll. Let's do 11. 8 and 3. Alright, next roll. It's a 4. Clear that. Next one is a 6. Bad roll. Let's go again. There's a 5. Alright. 7 or 2 will keep this game going. 9 for 10,000. And there's a 6 again. Oh, the 6 costed us both times. That is a shame. Well, we will be back tomorrow to see if we can do it again. But until then, we'll see you next time. Here we go again, the big numbers. We start with a 9. We'll do the 8 and the 1. Take those off the board. Alright, next roll coming up. It's a 6. And we will do the 4 and the 2. Get those off the board. Next one. It's a 7. And we will do just that. Alright, next one. It's a 5. And we'll do the 5 on its own. Okay, next roll. A 6. And it's a double. So we get an insurance marker there. So now we have 2 chances to roll a 3 or a 9 to keep this thing going. Otherwise, 12 for $10,000. It's a 7. Next roll, it's a 7 again. Twice in a row. Oh my gosh, we had that 7 3 times in a row last week. Oh boy, that was something. Okay, well, let's try this again in round number 2. So first up is an 11. We'll do the 9 and the 2. Get those off the board. Next one. It's a 5. We'll do the 5 on its own. Okay, next one is a 7. And we'll do the 6 and the 1. Those are off the board. Next roll is a 7 yet again. Let's do the 3 and the 4. I'm not sure if I'm going to regret that soon because the 7 and the 8 are all that remains. And it's a 6. Yep. I totally regret taking the 3 and the 4 off the board when I should have taken the 7 on its own. But, as I said, strategy is the key in this game. But sometimes everyone has their own strategy and, it pays off. Well, sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't, but that's the way it goes. So, we'll be back tomorrow and maybe another shot at 10,000. So, until then, we'll see you next time. Alright, it's a whole new week. Let's get started. First roll is a 6. We'll do the 5 and the 1. They're gone. Next roll. It's a 2. And we'll clear that. Next roll. It's an 8. We'll clear the 6. No, we can't do that. 8 on its own then. Okay, next roll. It's a 5. But we get another roll. There's a 6. Natural. Alright, next roll. It's a 7. We'll clear that on its own. Okay, 3, 4, 9 are all that's left on the board. There's the 4. We have 2 chances to roll a 12. There's the 9. Now we're looking for a 3. There's a 7. Let's see a 3. 2 7s in a row. Wow. Okay. Let's go again. Okay. Here we go with this second game. First roll is a 6. We'll do the 5 and the 1. Off the board. Next roll. It's a 4. We'll clear that by itself. Next roll. It's an 8. We'll do the 6 and the 2. Alright. Next roll. 9. We'll clear the 9. Alright. Next roll. It's at 11. 8 and 3. One chance only to roll a 7. That's how we start the week. I love it. We will be back tomorrow to try and do this again. Until then, we'll see you next time. Right. Here we go on a Tuesday. First up is a 4. And we'll take that off the board by itself. Next one is a 5. And we will do the 5 also on its own. Okay, next roll after that is an 8. And we will do the 7 and the 1. Get those off the board. Next roll coming up. It's a 5 again. And we'll do the 3 and the 2. There those go. Okay, next roll. A 6. We'll do that. Alright, 8 and 9 are all that remain. And there's a 6 yet again after we just took it off the board. Oh my goodness. Let's try again. Maybe we'll get through this time. Alright, first roll is a 7. We'll do the 6 and the 1. There they go off the board. Next roll. It's a 6. And we will do the 4 and the 2. Take those off. Next one. It's a 5, and we'll do that. Okay. Next roll. It is a 3, and we'll take that 3 off the board. Okay, 7, 8, or 9 are all on their own, and that's all that remains. And there's the 7. Let's see, an 8 or 9. 8 or 9, and there's a 12. But we've been saved. And that 11 ends it, unfortunately. Oh, that's a shame. Well, we'll be back tomorrow for Hump Day, the middle of the week. But until then, we will see you next time. Alright, middle of the week. Let's see if we can win that 10 grand. Let's go. 5 we start with. Let's do the 4 and the 1. Get that 1 off the board early. Next roll. A 5. We'll do it naturally. Next roll. 10. It's a double. We'll clear the 7 and 3. Okay, next roll. There's a 5, but we get another roll. And there's the 5 again. Twice in a row it shows up. Yikes. But we are going to try again with game number 2. Now let's see how this goes. We start with a 9. Clear the 8 and the 1 off the board. There you go. Next roll. It's a 5. And we will clear the 3 and the 2. And there they go. Next roll. It's a 7. Only way we can do it. Next roll. It's a 9. And we will clear the 9. Next roll. An 8. Which we sadly cannot play. Well, didn't do it again today, but maybe tomorrow. But until then, we will see you next time. All right. It's the middle of the week, and we start with a 10. We're going to take off the 4. Let's see, 4, 2, 3, and 1. We're just going to take those first 4 numbers off the board. Wow. That is how we start. And a 9. The 9 on its own is the only way it comes off the board. We got 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, and 12 is the only good rolls left. And we see a 9 again. Unfortunate. All right, let's go another round here. All right. First roll is a 9. And we're going to do that on its own. Okay. Next roll is a 6. And we're going to do that on its own. And all rolls are still good. So let's roll again. We have a 7. We're going to do the 7 on its own. Next up is an 11. So let's do 5, 4, and 2. So now the good rolls are 3, 4, 8, 9, 11, and 12. And there's the 5 right after I take it off the board. That's unfortunate there. All right, well, that is it for our hump day today, and we'll be back tomorrow and we'll do it again. But until then, thanks for watching and have a great day. We're just 3 days away now from Halloween, so hope you all have those costumes and that candy ready. First roll is a 6. We'll take off the 5 and the 1. All right, next roll. It's a 5. And we'll do the 3 and the 2. There they go. Next roll. It's another 5, but sadly that did not save us. So let's go for round 2. All right. First roll of this round is a 9. And we'll take off the 8 and the 1. Get those out of the way. Next one. It's a 6 and it's a double. We'll take that off by itself. Next roll. It's a 2. And that's another double, so now we have 2 insurance markers. Well, that was a double, we get a free roll. It's a 2, we get another free roll. It's a 7. We'll take that off on its own. Next roll. It's a 5, and we can only take the 5 off on its own. There's a 3. Alright, we have 3 chances to roll a 9 or 4, 9 and 4. And we can only do them by themselves. Nope, that 7 won't work. There it is again, but that won't work. And it shows up 3 times in a row. What are the odds of that? Well, that's such a shame. But maybe tomorrow we will get to the big money, and I sure hope we can. But we will see you then. Alright, welcome to November. Welcome to the month of November. Hope you all had a wonderful Halloween yesterday. And we kick things off with a 5. We'll do the 4 and the 1. Alright, next roll. It's a 9. And we'll do the 9 on its own. There that goes. Next roll. An 8. We'll do that by itself. Alright, next roll coming right up. It's a 9. We'll do the 6 and the 3. There are several options. Okay, next roll. It's another 3. Well, I should have taken that 7 and 2 off. We would have been able to play that, but, well, it's just the strategy of this game. Well, let's try round number 2 and see if that changes anything. And there's an 8. We'll do the 7 and the 1. Alright, next roll. It's a 4. And we'll do that. Alright, next roll. It's a 5. And we'll do that by itself. Alright, next one is a 10. It's a double. And this is the only way it comes off the board. Yeah, because these would have made 11. Next one is a 10, but we've been saved. Okay, one more shot. There's a 6. All right. Let's see a 12. We have 2 chances to roll a 12 for 10,000. Otherwise, 3 or 9 keeps this game going. There's a 7. Last chance. And it's an 8. The 8 was not the greatest this time, but that's all right. Well, don't forget to set your clocks back this weekend, because yes, it's that time. Daylight savings, fall rollback. Or fall back, fall rollback, whatever it is. Well, same ordeal. But anyway, don't forget to set your clocks back this weekend, and be sure to join us again here on Monday. Until then, we will see you next time. We're in the middle of the week now, and that $10,000 win greatly closed out the first half. We start with 9. All right, next roll. It's another 9. Let's do the 5 and the 4. Okay, next roll is an 11. Let's clear the 8 and the 3. Next roll, an 8. The 7 and 1. All right, next roll. It's another 7. Well, we're going to go ahead and try again. See if we'll be lucky this time. First roll is another 7. The 7 that ended that game last time. Next roll is a 10. Let's clear the 8 and the 2. Off the board. Next roll is a 6. Just 4 numbers down and only 2 bad rolls, and it's already over. Well, how unfortunate, but we will be back tomorrow to try this all again. But until then, we'll see you next time. Last Tuesday of August, and there's a 4. To get us started, we'll do the 3 and the 1. Take those 2 off the board, and we'll do the next roll for an 8. And we're going to do the 8 on its own. All right, there that goes. Next roll coming up, it's another 8. And we're going to do the 6 and the 2. Those numbers going off the board. Let's go to the next roll. It's an 11. We're going to do the 7 and the 4. Okay, there they go off the board. Next roll coming up, it's a 5. So this is it. 2 chances to roll a 9 to end the drought. It's an 8. We were 1 off, but we get 1 more chance at it, and it's a 5. These dice just want to keep this drought going, and I don't want it to keep going. Well, let's move on to round number 2, and we start with an 8. And we're going to do it naturally off the board. Okay, next roll coming up, it's a 4. And we're going to take that off the board. Okay, next one, a 6. And this time we're going to do the countdown style, as I like to call it. It's a 5. And that's the only way it comes off the board, because I literally just did the countdown style, leaving a natural 6, 7, and 9. We only have 1 chance to roll either of them, and it's a 10. We were 1 off. Well, hump day tomorrow. We'll see you next time, and let's see if we can win that 10,000, I hope. All right. Welcome to Tuesday, and welcome again to the big numbers. We start with a 6 and a double. Now that's how I like to start off the game. Let's get that 6 out of the way. Next roll, a 4. And we will do the 3 and the 1. There they both go. And for this 10, we'll do the 8 and 2. Okay, next one. A 5. We will do that naturally. All right, next roll is a 9. All right, let's see an 11 for 10,000 bucks. There we go. It was a much shorter drought, and we finally ended it. All right, let's play game number 2. Can we make it 2 for 2 once again? Let's find out. We start with a 7, and we'll take off the 6 and the 1. There they go. Next roll is a 10, and we are going to do the 8 and the 2. Take those off the board. Okay, next roll coming up. It's a 7. We will do that naturally. And there it goes off the board. Next roll is a 7 again. We'll do the 4 and 3. 5 and 9 are left. There's the 5. Show me the 9 for 2 for 2, and there's a 7. Oh my gosh. We were so close to making it happen again. Would love to see 10,000 happen on the 100th episode. That would be lovely to see. But we got to get through 2 hump days first, and the first of them's tomorrow. Join us, why won't you? Okay? Till then, we'll see you next time. Alright, middle of the week, let's go. Start with 12. We'll take off the 9 and the 3 off the board. Next roll, it's a 9. We'll do the 7 and the 2. Okay, those are off the board. Next roll is a 7. Clear the 6 and 1. Next roll is another 3. There's a 7 once again. Well, didn't do it, but we're going to try again in game number 2. Let's see if we can do it this time. First roll, it's a 9. We're going to clear that 9 off the board. Next roll, it's an 8. We'll do the 7 and the 1 off the board. Next roll, it's a 3 again. Let's do that. Alright, next up, 7. To the 5 and the 2. Okay, next roll, 6. Alright, let's see a 12 for $10,000. There's the 4. Now we need an 8 and only an 8. Ah, 1 off with the 7. Well, we are going to try again tomorrow, and maybe we'll get this close again, or maybe even we will do it, potentially. But until then, we will see you next time. It's Tuesday. And look at that, we start with a 12. So that's great. We'll take the 9 and the 3 off the board. And all rolls remain good. And there's a 6. We're going to take off the 4 and the 2, which take 2, 3, 4, and 10 into the bad roll column. And we have a 9. We're going to do the 8 and the 1, as that's the only way it comes off the board. So 5, 6, 7, 11, and 12 are the good rolls left. And there's an 8. But we do have the insurance marker, and we got the snake eyes, so another chance. And there's the 8 again. That's a shame. We're going to go ahead and go again. Right, next is an 8. Well, the first for this game. And we can take the 7 and 1 off the board. Alright, that leaves us with an insurance marker. And we have a 6. I'm going to do the 4 and the 2. There those go. Okay, next roll is a 9. We're going to do the 3 and the 6. Okay, there those go. Next roll is a 9 on its own. Alright, 8 or 5. We need to see either of those two. There's a 9. Okay, there goes that insurance marker, and there's the 8. And we get the insurance marker right back, so we have 2 chances to roll a 5. There's a 10, but we get another chance at it. And there's the 5. How about that to end the show? So, come back tomorrow and we'll try it again. Until then, thanks for watching and have a great day. Thursday, here we go. First roll is a 10, and it's a double. Let's do the 9 and the 1, get them off the board. Next roll is an 8, and we will clear the 8. All right, next roll, an 8 again. Let's do the 6 and the 2. There they go. Next roll, a 10. It's a double. All right, 5 and 4 will keep this going. 9 for 10,000. There's an 8. There's the 9. Two $10,000 wins in a week. Very nice. Let's play game number 2 and see if we can make it 2 in a row. Let's find out. First roll, there is the winning number from the last round. Next roll, an 8. And we'll clear the 8. Okay, next roll, an 11. Let's clear 6, 3, and 2. All right, next roll. It's a 4. All right, next up is an 8. All right, 2 chances to roll a 5. There's a 7, the last chance. And the 9 was the unlucky number in this game. That's a shame. But we did win the 10,000 in the first game, but can we do it again tomorrow to close out the week? Come back and find out. But until then, we'll see you next time. Alright, here we go yet again. First up is a 4. And we'll clear that. Okay, next roll, 10. Let's clear the 6 and the 3 and the 1. There they all go. Next roll is a 9. These 2. Next up, it's a 9 again. 8 and 5 are on their own. That's all that's left. There's a 7. And there's the 9 yet again. Well, we are going to try again in game number 2 and let's see if we can win the 10,000. Alright, first roll up is a 10. Let's clear the 9 and the 1. Next roll, it's a 5. We'll do the 5 on its own. Alright, next roll, it's a 9. We'll do 6 and 3. Alright, next roll, 7. Clear that. Next roll up, it's a 2. Alright, 12 will win the 10,000. There's a 9. There's a 4. Now we're looking for an 8. A 10. One more chance at it, and there it is. Last roll, and we get the money. That's how we do it. So we'll be back tomorrow to see if we can do it again. Until then, we'll see you next time. It is Wednesday, middle of the week, and we start with a 10. Let's do the 7 and the 3. All right, next roll, 6. Let's clear the 5 and the 1. There they go. Next roll, a 9. Let's clear the 9 on its own. Okay, next one, 5. That costed us there. But we're going to try again. And let's see if we can do it. Okay, first roll of this game, 10. Clear the 8 and the 2. Next roll, another 10. Do the 9 and the 1. Okay, next roll, a 6. Do that naturally. Next one. It's a 4. We got 3 chances. That's good. There's a 2. We got another one. There's a 12. Okay, I think we're in a good position here to do it. 4 chances to roll a 3. Let's see if it happens. There's a 9. Next is an 8. There's an 8 again. And a 6. We've been saved again. Yet again. But not this time with that 9. So close once more. But we will be back tomorrow to see if we can actually win that money. But until then, we'll see you next time. All right. It is Thursday. We start with a 5. And we will take that naturally off the board. Do the next roll now. It's another 5. We will do the 3 and the 2. Get those both off the board. Next is an 8. And we will take the 7 and the 1 off the board. Next roll coming up. It's a 10. We'll do the 6 and the 4. And there they go. Natural 8 and 9 are the only 2 numbers left. There's a 4. We've been saved by the double. We've been saved again. But not this time. Unfortunately. Okay. Let's start game number 2. First roll is a 5. Once again, we'll take off the 4 and the 1. Okay. Next roll. It's a 7. We will take off the 5 and the 2. Okay, next roll. And it's a 7 again. We'll take that off the board. Okay, next roll. It's a 5, and that's the game. Unfortunately. But maybe tomorrow when we get ready to close out the week, hopefully on a good note. But until then, thank you for joining us, and we will see you next time. All right, we're getting ready to close out the month of October here on the big numbers. Hope you all enjoyed the 100th episode spectacular on Friday. And now we're ready to get started. First roll is a 7. Let's take off the 7 on its own. All right, next one. It's a double. It's a 2. This is the only way it comes off the board. Next one. It's a 6. And we're going to take off the 5 and that pesky little 1. All right, next roll. And it's a 4. And this is the only way it comes off. All right, next one. It's a 5. But we have the insurance marker. And it didn't save us that time, sadly. Well, we're going to go ahead and play our second round here. So let's get to it. First roll. It's a 9. And we're going to take that off on its own. Okay, next one. It's a 6. And we're going to take off the 6 on its own. Next roll. It's another 6. And this time we'll do the 5 and the 1. And all rolls are still good. It's another 6. 4 and 2 this time is the only move that can be done. Next roll. It's a 7. Let's see an 11 for 10,000. And it's a 5. That's a shame. Well, we'll be back tomorrow and maybe we can get that 10,000. But until then, we will see you next time. Alrighty. Welcome to October. The fall season has just started. We start off with a 3. Next roll coming right up, and it is a 10. We will take off the 4 and the 6. There they both go. Here comes the next roll. And we find a 10. We will take off the 7 and 3 since that's the only way it comes off the board. And already an 8, 5, and a 9 naturally are the only 3 numbers left, and there's an 11, but we've been saved by the insurance marker, but not this time around. Sadly. Alright, well, let's play game number 2. Okay, first roll of this game. And we start with the Snake Eyes. Snake Eyes number 2. Okay, next roll coming up is an 8. And we will do the 8. Alright, next roll is a 2, but it's a double. We've been saved. Next is a 5. And we will do the 5 on its own. Okay, next one is a 9. And we will do that on its own. So technically all rolls are still good here. And we have a 5. We'll take those 2 off. And boy, now it's been cut in half. There's a 6. Alright. Let's see a 10 for 10,000 bucks. And there's a 4. But we had the insurance markers. I'll have to give it back. Let's see the 10. There's a 6. What a shame. That's the closest we could get to marking off the 7. Well, that's unfortunate. But we'll be back tomorrow. We'll try again. But until then, thank you for watching, and we will see you next time. All right, welcome to a new week. And this is number 201. Hope you enjoyed the 200th show on Friday. It was a great show nonetheless. And we start things off with an 11. Let's clear the 8, 2, and the 1 off the board. And there they go. Next roll, a 10, and it's a double. Let's take the 6 and the 4 off. Okay, next roll, it's a 9. We can do that naturally. It's the only way it comes off the board. Next roll, it's an 11, which we cannot play. So, another roll. And we cannot take off that 9, sadly. That's unfortunate, but we're going to try again. And maybe we'll have some better luck this time. Alright, first roll. 6. We'll take off the 5 and the 1 off the board. Okay, next roll. It's a 10. Let's clear the 8 and the 2. There those go. Next roll. It's a 4. We'll do that naturally because that's the only way it comes off the board. Next roll. It's a 7. Alright. Next up is a 4, but it's a double. We've been saved. And we've been saved again by the 4. Yet again for the 3rd time. But not this time, sadly, with that 5. Well, that's a shame. Not how I wanted to start the week, but I mean, all those doubles, I thought we were going to end up getting back into the game, but we will be back tomorrow to try again at 10,000, but until then, we'll see you next time. All right, welcome to September. And we start with a 9. And that will be the natural number we'll take off the board. Let's go again. We have an 8 now. So let's do that naturally. Next roll coming up, it's a 6. And we will do that naturally. All right. Next roll is an 11. We're going to do the 7, 3, 1. That leaves a 2, 4, and a 5 left on the board. There's the 11! Finally! We finally ended the $10,000 drought. Can we make it 2 in a row? Let's find out right now. And we start with an 8. And we're going to take that off the board. Boy, I am still happy after that. And we have a 5. Let's do the 4 and the 1. And then a 6. When I saw the 2, 4, and the 5 left, I mean, I was like, yeah, this is in a good position. Yeah, only for the 6 to end this game, but wow. Finally, we ended the $10,000 drought, and we finally won it. Can we do it again tomorrow? Well, you'll have to tune to find out. Till then, thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time. Alrighty, welcome to Hump Day. Hump Day Wednesday. So here we go. First roll is a 7. We will take off the 4 and the 3. There they go. Next roll is a 6. We will do that on its own. Okay. Next roll is a 9. And we will do that. Okay, next roll is a 7. We will do the 5 and the 2. And there they go. Next roll coming right up is a 3. And there goes that insurance marker. And there's a 7. Alright, let's see a 9 for $10,000. And there's a 10 again. Oh my goodness. Okay. Let's go ahead and start game number 2. We're so close. Hey, there's the winning number we were looking for. And 10, that was the number we got instead. Okay, next roll is a 7. We're going to do the 4 and the 3. Okay, there they go. Next roll is an 8. We will do the 7 and the 1. And there they both go. Next roll is a 5. So here we go again. One chance to roll a 6, and it's a 5 again. Oh my. Well, this is it. Our second to last step. This is our last episode before the 100th show. And that's tomorrow. Join us then. All right, we're back to the big numbers once again, and we start with a double right away with the Snake Eye 2. Moving on to the next roll, it's a 10. We're going to do the 9 and the 1. Get those 2 off the board. Next roll coming up, a 7. We're going to do the 7 on its own. Next roll is a 6. And we're going to do the 6. Next roll coming up. It is a 6 again, but we've been saved by the insurance. Same with this 10. And the 7 keeps us going. We can only do the 4 and the 3 here. We need to take off a natural 8 and a natural 5. There's the natural 5. Show me an 8 for 10,000 again. It's a 7. We were 1 off. Well, after how lucky the dice were to us yesterday, apparently now they're starting to get back to their habits again of not being very lucky. Let's take off the 8 and the 3. Next roll is a 10. We will do the 7, 2, and 1. Get those off the board. Alright, next roll is a 4, and it's another double. Alright, 11 will put us in a good position. There's a 12. However, we've been saved. And there's the 6. Alright, we have 3 chances to roll a 5 and a 9. There's the 8. Last chance, and it's a 3. Well, that was not the last chance. This is now the last chance, and now it's over. Oh my goodness. Well, we still can't get anywhere. But maybe tomorrow will be better, I hope. But until then, thanks for joining us, and we will see you next time. Alrighty, welcome to Thursday. First roll is a 7. We will take that off the board. Next roll coming right up, it's an 8. And we will do the 4, 3, and 1. Get those off the board. Next roll is a 10, and it's a double. We will do the 8 and the 2. Okay, that leaves a 6, 5, and 9 on the board. Next roll, an 8. So we're going to go again. And there's the 8 once more. Oh boy, oh boy. Let's go to game number 2. Okay. First roll is a 12. So we will do the 9, 2, and 1. Get those off the board. Okay, next roll is a 7. We're going to do that, naturally. Okay, next roll comes right up. It's an 8. We are going to do the 8 on its own. Next roll is a 7. We're going to do the 4 and the 3. Okay, next roll is a 6. And now we have 2 chances to roll a 5 for 10 grand. There's a 7. Last chance, and there it is again. Oh my gosh. That was how close we came. Well, tomorrow is a new day. Let's hope we can do better than that. But until then, thank you for joining us, and we will see you tomorrow. All right, Hump Day Wednesday. And we get started with a 10. And there is an insurance marker right away. We'll do the 6 and the 4. And there they go off the board. Next roll coming up, it's a 7. We're going to do the 7 on its own. Okay, and there that goes. Next roll coming right up, it's a 3. And we will do the 2 and the 1. Get those off the board just like that. On to the next roll we go, and it's a 2. It's a double. We've been saved that time. There's an 8. We'll do the 5 and the 3. So that means 2 chances to roll an 8 or a 9. With a chance of 10,000. There's a 4. There goes that last insurance marker, and the 10 ends the round. What a shame. Very, very close, unfortunately, but... Well, let's go ahead and play round 2. See if we have any better luck this time. First roll is a 7. No, we can't do that. That'll only make 6. So we're going to do the 6 and the 1. Okay, next roll. Yep, sound is delayed again. There's the 12. Oh my goodness, we have not seen the 12 roll in a while. Let's do 5, 4, and 3. All right. There's a 6. I think I should have left that 4 up there. Well, anyway, there goes that insurance marker, and there's a 9. Let's do the 9 on its own. All right, a 10 will bring us to a good position. There's the 8. All right, 9 for $10,000. 11. Oh my gosh. Wow. And the 10,000 win drought continues. Hopefully we can put an end to it tomorrow. But we'll be back then. But until then, we'll see you next time. Alrighty, welcome to the end of the week. So let's get started here with big numbers, and we start with a 10. We're going to take off the 9 and the 1. And now we're going to roll again. And there's a 10 once more. We'll do the 8 and the 2. There they go off the board. Next roll is a 9. We'll do the 3 and 6. Next roll comes right up. And it's a 4. And we will do just that. Okay, let's see a 12 for $10,000. There's a 6. Last chance. There's the 8. Oh my goodness, we were just one number off. Okay, let's go ahead and play game number 2. First roll, a 3. We're going to do the 2 and the 1. Get them both off the board. Next roll, a 3 again. We will do that. Next roll is a 3 once more. Well, it took 3 rolls just to end this game. Oh my goodness. Well, we will be back tomorrow as we are actually a couple weeks away from our 100th show. It's just amazing how far we've already come with this as we just started it over the summer, which is amazing. Well, we will continue to work our way there as we go through the next couple of weeks. So until then, thanks for joining us. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you on Monday. Oh, what an impressive $10,000 win at the very end of yesterday's show. Can we do it again today? Let's see if this 4 will start our journey there, as that comes off the board. And now we have a 9. We're going to take that off the board now. And next roll is a 7. And let's do the 5 and the 2 this time. Okay, bad rolls now are 2, 3, 5, and 9. Next, we see a 10. The only way it comes off the board is the 6 and the 4. So that leaves a 7 and an 8. And there's a 6. That's unfortunate. All right, let's go again. This is game number 2. And we have a 4 and a double right out of the gate. Let's do the 4 on its own. Next is an 8, and we're going to do that on its own. As I think doing the numbers on its own was what helped me get that 10,000 yesterday. But we'll see if this strategy pays off. We're going to do 7 and 1 to mark off that 8. Next we see an 8 again. And this time we'll do the 5 and the 3. All right. Good rolls now are 2, 6, 8, 9, and 11. And there's the 8. All right. So now we got 2 chances to roll a 9 to win 10,000 for a second day in a row. And there's a 6. Okay. Last chance at it. And a 3 yet again. Wow. So close. Well, that's all right. We'll be back tomorrow to get to the middle of the week. But until then, thanks for joining us and have a great day. All right, welcome to the new work week. So let's get rolling. First up is a 6, and we'll take that on its own off the board. All right, next roll is a 5, and we'll do the 4 and the 1 off the board. Next roll, it's an 8, and we will take the 8 off the board. Okay, next roll, it's a 9, and we'll do the 9. Okay, next roll, it's a 9 again. 7 and 2 we will do. Okay, let's see an 8. Ah, there's the 7. Well, we're going to try again. Let's see if we can make it. Okay, first roll up is a 7. We'll do the 5 and the 2. Coming off the board. Next roll is an 8. And we'll do just that. Alright, next roll, a 10. Clear the 9 and the 1 off the board. Next roll is an 8. That did not do it, unfortunately. But we will be back tomorrow to try again. But until then, we will see you next time. Alright, it is Tuesday. Here we go. First up, it's a 4. And we will do 4 by itself. So that goes off the board. Next roll, a 9. We'll do 8 and 1. There they go off the board. Next roll, it's a 7. We'll do the 7 by itself. Okay, next roll, it's a 7 again. We'll do 5 and 2. All right, next roll, there's a 9. Let's see the 9 again for 10,000. There we go. Called it in for a second time. All right, can we repeat it in game 2? Let's find out. All right, so here we go. First roll is a 4. And we are going to do the 4 on its own. There it goes. Next roll is a 9. We'll do the 8 and the 1 off the board. Next roll, please. It's an 8. Let's do 6 and 2. There they go. Next roll. It's an 8 yet again. 5 and 3 will do. All right, 7 and 9 is all that remains. And there's a 5. Unfortunately, we didn't do it, but come back tomorrow and maybe we will do it. But until then, we will see you next time. All right, it is Friday. It's the end of our first week. And we have a 10 to get things started. Let's get that 1 off the board right away. And here we go again. This time we have a 7. And we're going to do the 7 on its own. All right, here we go once more. And we have a 9. So we got some options. Let's do 6 and 3. All right, that makes 3 a bad roll now. And there's a 4. It's a double. This is the only way it comes off the board. Next, we have an 8. This is the only way it comes off. All right, 2 and 5 will keep me in the game. 7 wins the 10,000. And there's a 3. Okay, last chance at it. And there's a 2. We're still alive. All right, we just need the 5. We got 2 chances to roll 5 for 10,000. There's a 9. All right, there goes the insurance marker. Last chance. And an 11. It was a little too late for that to show up. That's a shame. We were so close. Well, let's see if game number 2 can go any better. We start this game with an 8. And this time we'll do the 8 on its own. All right, let's go again. And we have a 4. Let's do the 3 and the 1. All right. Next roll, and it's a 3. We just rolled the 3. Or did we just roll the 4? We just took the 3 off the board. Well, that's a shame for that to show up early, especially when we have a lot of game to go. Well, that's all right. Next week, I hope, will be better. But until then, thanks for watching, and have a great weekend. Alrighty. Hump Day Wednesday, here are the big numbers, and we start with a 9. We're going to do the 8 and the 1. Get those 2 off the board. And we will do the next roll, and it's a 6. And we are going to do the 6 on its own. Okay, there that goes. Next roll, coming right up, it's another 6. And we're going to do the 4 and the 2. And there they go off the board. Next roll, it's another 12. It's a long time no see for this big guy. The biggest number of them all. Now 12, let's see you again for $10,000, I hope. Well, now we have 2 chances to roll that 3. Let's see a 3. It's an 8. All right, last chance. Let's see a 3. And it's a 5. Wow. They are just not being nice. They have not been nice for quite a while, especially at the end. Oh my goodness. And we start with 11. Let's do 5, 4, and 2. Get those out of the way. Okay, next roll coming up. A 6. And we are going to do the 6 on its own, because that's the only way it comes off the board. Moving on to the third roll. It's a 9. We're going to do the 8 and the 1. All right, there those go. Next up is a 7. That's the only way it comes off the board. All right, number 12, big guy. Let's see you. It's a 6. That's half of that. Well, if we can't get even closer. Oh my goodness. Well, we'll be back tomorrow. Come on, let's just end this. Let's end this losing drought, I hope. Let's end this winning drought. But until then, we will see you next time. Right. Here we go again with another episode of Big Numbers. And we start with a 10. We'll take off the 7 and the 3 first. There they go off the board. Next roll is a 9. And we will do the 9 on its own. There that goes. Next roll is a 3. We will do the 2 and the 1 off the board. Okay, next roll is a 10. 6 and 4, the only way we can get it off. 5 and 8 are all that's left. Nope, can't do the 11. We can do the 5. Alright, only opportunity at an 8. There's the 8. That is how it's done. Now, can we do it again for a second time? Let's play game number 2 and find out. So, here we go. We start this game with a 6. And we'll do that off the board. Okay, next roll is another 6. We'll take off the 5 and the 1. There they go. Next is a 5. We'll take off 3 and 2. Okay, next up is a 6, but we get another roll. And it's over with a 10. Well, we got the 10,000 in the first game, but not the second game. Can we do it in both games tomorrow to close out the week? You'll have to find out. Until then, we'll see you next time. It's the last week of July, the last full week of the month. And let's start with a 9. And we're going to get that pesky 1 out of the way. So now that's off the board. We don't have to worry about it. Now we have a 7 to deal with. We'll do the 4 and the 3. Those are all off the board. Next one is a 6. And naturally is the only way it comes off the board in this case. Next roll, an 8. But thankfully the double saved me, so we get to continue. And we'll do the 5 and the 2. Or that's 7. 7 and 9 are all that's left. We have just one chance to roll either of those 2. There's an 8. But thankfully that double saved me. And there's the 9. Alright, 7 for 10,000. And it's an 11. Yikes. Well, didn't go so well the first time. Let's see what round 2 has in store. And hopefully we can make it this time around. First up is an 8. And we're going to do that on its own. Okay, next roll is a 3. We're going to do the 2 and the 1. They're all off the board. Next roll, and 11. We're going to do the 7 and the 4. Okay, those are off the board. And a 6. Naturally is the only way it comes off the board. Next one, a 4, unfortunately. Well, weren't so lucky this time around, but tomorrow hopefully will be better. But until then, thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time. Alright, it is Thursday. Here we go. First roll, it's a big 12. Let's clear the 6, the 4, and the 2 off the board. Alright, next roll, it's an 8. Let's clear the 7 and the 1. Alright, next roll, it's a 4. But we had that marker. There's a 5. Alright, next roll. It's a 10, which we cannot play, unfortunately. but we're going to try again. Okay, first roll of game 2, it's a 5. Let's clear off the 4 and the 1. Okay, next roll, it's a 5. Clear that off. Next roll, it's an 8. We'll clear the 8. Next roll, it's a 5. Through the 3 and the 2 off the board. Okay, next roll, it's a 7. And we'll clear the 7. Alright, 6 and 9 are all on their own. Let's see, there are those 2. There's a 5. So close again. But we will be back tomorrow to try this again and maybe win the money, I hope. But until then, we will see you next time. Friday. And we start with a 7. We'll do that by itself. Alright, next roll, a 5. And we'll do just that. Okay, next roll is a 6. And that's what we'll take off the board on its own. Alright, next roll, another 6. We'll do the 4 and the 2, get those off the board. Next roll is an 11. To the 8 and the 3, 9, and 10. Okay, now we have a situation here. We do not want to see a 9. Because if we see a 9, it's game over because we cannot take off the 1 by any of these dice. The only good roll is a 10. We want to see a 10, and that's the only possible move that can be done. So 10 for 10,000 and only one chance. Let's see it. Right when I made the call, I called a 10 and there it was. Oh, we've been saved by the pesky 1. We've been saved from the pesky 1. So, we did it again. Can we do it for a second time in a row? I sure hope. Well, there's that 9, but this time let's make the right move. Clear the 1. And there's that 10 that won us the money. Okay, next roll. It's another 9. 7 and 2 will clear. Alright, next one is a 5. Alright. 3 or 9 will keep this going, otherwise 12 for 10,000. There's a 10. We've been saved. There's the snake, guys. We've been saved again. There's the 9. Alright, let's see a 3. 4. So close. Well, we got the 10,000 again to close out the week. That was impressive, but can't we win it again on Monday? You'll have to come back then to find out. Till then, we'll see you next time. Alright, it's time to close out another exciting week here on the big numbers. First roll is a 5. And we're going to take off the 4 and the 1. There those go. Next one is a 5 again. And we're going to do that on its own. Okay. Next one is an 8. We're going to do the 8 on its own. Alright, we've only got one bad roll, which is good. And right as I say that one bad roll, it shows up. I don't know if it's just me, but every time I say a bad roll, it has to show up. It's like I'm calling a bad roll. I could compare it to something else, but that's besides the point. Alright, let's start round 2. And we start with a 7. We're going to do the 6 and the 1. There those go. Next one is a 9. And we're going to do just that. Okay, next roll is a 7. And we will do that. And all rolls are still good, even with half the numbers off the board. But that might all change with this 4. Oh yeah, big time change. And a 6 shows up right as we take it off of the good roll list. But the insurance marker saved me. And we got a 7. We'll take off the 5 and the 2. The 11 for the instant win. 8 or 3 will keep things going. And it's a 10. So close. Well, that's the way it goes. So have a great weekend, everybody, and we'll see you next time. Welcome to a new week. Hope you all had a wonderful Independence Day. So let's get started. And we start off with a 7. Let's get that 1 out of the way early. I'm actually going to do 1, 2, and 4. Going to do those 3 numbers at once. And we're off to a good start. Next up is another 7. The only way we can take it off the board is the 7 on its own. So that's a bad roll now, along with a 10. And next we find a 5. Again, on its own, naturally, it's the only way it comes off the board. Now we have an 8, which, again, that's the only way it comes off. So, good rolls left are 3, 6, 9, and 12. And there's a 10. Well, let's try again. Let's play round number 2. And let's see what happens. So we have a 5 now to start. And we're going to take it naturally off the board. All right, next roll is a 7. We're going to do the 4, 2, and the 1 again, like we did in the last game. Next roll is a 10, and it's a double. So we get an insurance marker. We'll do the 7 and 3. Those come off the board. And it's a 7, but thankfully we have that insurance marker, so we get to go again. And there's an 8, which that is the only way it comes off the board. So good rolls left are 6 and 9. And there's a 7, unfortunately. Well, we'll try again tomorrow, but until then, thanks for watching and have a great day. All right, we're back here once again at the big numbers. We start with an 8. And there is our insurance marker. We'll take off the 5 and the 3, get those 2 out of the way. Next roll is an 8 again, and another insurance marker. Okay, next roll is an 11. We're going to do the 9 and the 2. Get those 2 off the board. Okay, next roll is a 10. We're going to do the 6 and 4. All right, now here's the deal. We have that 7 and 1. If we roll a 7, that's going to be an automatic loss because the 1 cannot be taken off the board. However, if we see an 8, that will win us $10,000. There's a 3. Okay. There's the 5. We need to see an 8. There's a 2, so we get another chance. And there's a 10, another chance. Oh my goodness, there goes the 7. How close we were. Wow, that is tough. That is tough. Well, let's try round 2 and hope for the best. Oh, look at that. There's the pesky 7 that left that 1. This time, let's get that 1 off the board. Next is a 10. And we will do the 7 and the 3. Yeah, get that bad 7 off the board. There's an 8. So we get an insurance marker for that roll. And we're going to do the 8 on its own because I believe that's the only way it comes off. Okay, next roll is a 6. And the 4 and the 2 are the only 2 that come off. Leaving a natural 9 and 5. We only have 2 chances. There's the 7. There goes the insurance marker. Last roll, and it's a 6. We get another chance at it, and it's over. It's over with the 10. Well, come back tomorrow, and hopefully we don't repeat that one again. But until then, we'll see you next time. It's Friday the 13th, and I sure hope you're not into horror movies related to that. And it's a 12 we start with. So let's clear the 5, 4, and 3. Get those numbers off the board. There's a 7. Let's clear that. Next roll is a 4, but we've been saved by the insurance marker. We'll clear the 2 and the 1 for the 3. 6, 8, and 9 on their own, and we see a 6. We get another opportunity, so 2 chances to roll an 8 or a 9 on its own. And a 6 again, but we've been saved once more. And a 3. Well, there goes the marker this time. And the 6 comes back to end us. Ah, that's unfortunate. But we gotta try again. We gotta try again. So, here we go. It's an 8. And we'll clear the 7 and the 1. There they go. Next roll. A 9. And we'll clear that. Next roll. A 6. And we'll clear that 6. Okay, next roll. It's an 11. 5, 4, and 2. All coming off the board. Next roll. It's an 11! I was about to say the numbers that we would have needed to win the money, and it just shows up out of the blue. How about that to end the week? Can we do it again on Monday? Tune in then. Until then, we'll see you next time. It's the middle of the week once again. Here on High Rollers, Big Numbers. So let's get started. And we have a 9. So we're going to take off the 8 and the 1. All right. Next roll is an 8. 6 and 2 will remove. And that makes 2 and 6 a bad roll now. And the 6 shows up. Rise, I take it off. But we do get an insurance marker. And there's an 11. So 4 and 7. Well, that double really saved us. We don't have the insurance marker. And there's an 8. This is the only way it comes off the board. All right, 2 chances to roll a 9 for 10,000. And there's a 5. All right, last chance. And a 3. Well, that's unfortunate. All right, let's go again. Game number 2. And we start off with a 7. We're going to do 6 and 1. And they come off the board. Next up is a 7 again. We're going to do 4 and 3. Okay. That makes 3, 4, and 6 a bad roll now. And there's the 7. We'll do 5 and 2. All right. That leaves a 7, 8, and 9 on the board. And we roll a 9. 7 and 8 are left. And there's a 4. Well, we'll be back tomorrow and try again for 10,000. But until then, thanks for watching and have a great day. All right. Happy New Year 2025. And we get to start with a 2. So here we go. Next roll. Hope you all had a great time last night. Bringing in the new year, whether watching the ball drop in New York City or even impressive fireworks shows or something like that. Well, no matter how you celebrated the new year, I hope it was a good one. Anyway, next up is an 8. We'll clear the 7 and 1. There's a 2, we get another chance. There's a 10, we get another chance. 11, there goes the insurance marker. There's the 5. 9 and 4, solo by themselves, all that's left. And there's the 4. Now let's see a 9. Ah, there's a 7. Oh, well, we're going to try again. We're going to try again. Let's hope for the best. Okay, first roll is a 6. And we'll clear the 6 off the board. Alright, next roll is a 5. We'll take off the 4 and the 1. Okay, next roll is a 6. There goes the insurance marker. There's the 9. Let's clear that. Okay, next roll. An 8. We'll take it solo off the board. Next roll is an 8 again. 5 and 3 is the only move we can do. Okay, 2 chances to roll a 9 for 10,000. Let's see it. There it is. Now that is how we ring in the new year. Wanted to do it New Year's Eve, but we got to do it on New Year's Day. How about that? Well, can we do it again tomorrow on day 2? Well, come back then and find out. Until then, we will see you next time. Alright, here we go again on our mission for 10,000. First roll is a 10. We'll do the 8 and the 2. First 2 numbers off the board. Next roll, it's another 10. Let's clear the 9 and the 1. There those go. Next roll, it's a 5. And we will clear the 5. But that's the only way it comes off the board. Next roll, it's an 8. So half of the bad rolls gone, and once with half of the bad rolls in play, once again, one of them ends it. But we're going to try again in game number 2. And maybe we'll have some good luck this time. We start with a 5. Let's clear that. Alright, next roll, a 10. Take off the 9 and the 1. And there they go. Next up, it's an 11. Clear the 7 and 4 off the board. Okay, next one, 6. That's the only way. Alright, next roll, it's a 7. Well, twice in a row, half of the bad rolls come into play, and then one of them ends it. Well, we will be back tomorrow to try our luck again. Maybe we can finally get that 10,000, but until then, we will see you next time. Alright, it's time for another week of the big numbers. We start with a 9. And we'll do that. Okay, next roll coming up. It's a 6. We'll take off the 5 and the 1. There they go. Next roll. It's a 4, and it's a double. So we'll do that. And in fact, that's the only way it comes off the board. Next roll. A 6. We will do the 6 on its own, because again, that's the only way it comes off the board. Now we have an 8. And again, the 8 on its own is the only way that comes off the board. Next one is a 6, so that's a bad roll. And it's a 5. Alright. One shot. Let's see a 7 for $10,000. And it's a 3. Oh man, so close in this first game. Well, we're going to go ahead and play game number 2, and let's see if we can do any better. And I sure hope we could get it this time. Oh, there's that 7 we were looking for in the last game. We were just looking for that 7, but it didn't show up in time. Oh well. 6. Best thing to do is get that pesky 1 off the board early. And it's an 11. That's several options. The 5 would have been good if I had kept that there. Let's just do the 9 and the 2. Okay, next one. It's a 10, and it's a double. 6 and 4 is the only way it comes off the board. All right, now we have 2 chances to roll a 3 or an 8 to keep this game going. An 11 shows up. That's $10,000. And it's a 4. Well, it's not a double, sadly, so there goes that insurance marker. Last chance. And there's a 7 showing up yet again. Well, not the way I wanted to start the week, but that's all right. We'll be back tomorrow, and we'll see if we can maybe get that 10,000. But until then, we'll see you next time. Let's get going here on this Tuesday. We start with a 3. And we're going to take the 1 and the 2 off the board. Get that out of the way. The only possible roll for 2 is the pair of 1s, so technically all rolls are good. And it's an 8 now. We're going to do the 5 and the 3, which I believe is the only possible combination. Next up is a 10. And 6 and 4 is the only way it comes off. So 7, 8, and 9 naturally are the only 3 numbers left on the board. We gotta roll either of them. And there's a 3. Not the time to see that. Well, let's give it another go. 8. And we start with a 9 this time. And let's do it naturally like we were trying to do earlier. And there's a 4. We're going to do the 3 and the 1. Okay, next roll is a 10. And it's a double, so we get an insurance marker, which will save us. We'll take off the 8 and the 2. Next roll is a 4. It's another double. The only way it comes off the board is naturally, so we've got 2 insurance markers now, so those will be really good in helping us. And there's a 5. The only way it comes off the board. All right, we got 3 chances to roll a 6 or a 7 for 10 grand. And there's a 3, so there goes one of the insurance markers. And there's a 7. All right, we got 2 chances to roll a 6. And there's a 4, but that's a double, so we get another opportunity at it. And there's an 11, so there goes that insurance marker. All right, last chance. 6 for 10,000. There's the 6 on the very last roll. How about that? What a way to end the show. Thanks for joining us and have a great day. And it's the end of our second week on the air here. And we start with a 9. We're going to do... Okay, let's see. Let's do 6, 2, and 1. Let's do these 3. Okay. Next roll is a 10. Let's do 7 and 3, because I think that's the only way it comes off the board. And we have a 9. Let's do the 5 and the 4. And already we're down to an 8 and a 9. And there's the 8. All right, 1 chance to roll a 9, and it's a 7. We were so close. All right, let's go again. All right, first roll of this game is a 5. Gonna take off the 4 and the 1. There we go. And going again, it's a 4. My goodness. Showing up on the second roll right after I take it off the board. That's a shame. Well, we'll be back on Monday. We'll do it again. But until then, have a great weekend. All right, we're back to the big numbers. This is the first full week of August, as summer is winding to a close already. And we start with an 11 out of all numbers. We'll do the 7 and the 4. And there those go off the board. We'll do the next roll. That sound was delayed there. And we'll take the natural 3. Next one is a 6. And we will do the 5 and the 1. And there those go off the board. Next roll is a 7, and that's a bad roll, unfortunately. Wow. Okay, let's go ahead and play round 2. We're kind of in a drought here. We haven't had a $10,000 winner, a $10,000 win, I should say, in a while. Hopefully, it can all change. If I remember the way to go. And there's a 9. We'll do that naturally. Okay, next one is a 6. And we will do the 4 and the 2. Take those off the board. Next roll, a 10. And we'll do the 7 and the 3. That leaves a natural 8 and 5 remaining. And we see a 6. So close to taking one of those numbers off. Oh, well. Well, come back tomorrow. We'll do it again. We'll see you next time. All right. Welcome back once again to the Big Numbers bonus game. And we start with a 2 right away. Snake eyes, and that's the only way it comes off the board. Next roll coming up, it's a 12. Man, these 12s are finally starting to show themselves. We'll do 7, 4, and 1. Or we could do 5, 4, 3, because I think that's another, that's another option. Well, we'll see if that was a good move. We have an 8. Let's take that 1 off the board. Next roll coming right up, and it's a 5. Well, we still have 2 insurance markers, and we've been saved by that 12, and there's a 7. There goes another one. There's a 10. There goes that last insurance marker. Need to roll 6, 8, or 9 naturally, and there's a 7, unfortunately. All right, let's try again in round 2. All right, first up is a 12. And that's a great way to start off the game. Let's do 9, 2, and 1. They all come off the board. Next roll is a 7. We're going to do the 7 by itself, which is the only way it comes off the board. No, it wasn't the only way. The 4 and 3 is another option. And there's the 6, and that on its own is the only way it comes off the board. There's a 4. It's a double, and the natural is the only way it comes off. Let's see an 11, which will put us in a really good position. There's a 7, but we've been saved by the insurance marker. That's one of them gone. There goes, well, I was about to say there went the other one, but that's a double. That saved me. And a double again. There's a 4, and that time there goes the last insurance marker. And we see a 10, and we've been saved yet again. Will it happen again this time? No, unfortunately. That's a shame. Well, get ready to close out the week with us tomorrow. But until then, we will see you next time. All right, happy Thanksgiving to all of you. Here we go. Number 7. We'll start with that. So I hope you're all having a wonderful Thanksgiving so far, as much as I am. And we go on to a 6. Clear those. All right, next roll. It's an 8. And we'll clear the 8 on its own. All right, next roll. It's a 9. And we'll do that by itself. Okay, next roll. It's a 5. And we will do the 4. No, we can't do that. 3 and 2. There we go. 10 will win us the 10,000. And it's a 12. We've been saved. There's the 6. 2 chances to roll a 4. 2 chances out of 4. for $10,000. There's the 8. There's the 9. Last chance. And a 3. Ah, so close. So close. But we are going to try again. So here we go. We'll start with a 5. And we'll take that 5 off the board. Next roll. It's another 5. And we'll take those 2 off. Alright, next roll. It's a 4. And we'll do that. Okay. Next roll coming up. It's an 8. We'll do the 7 and the 1. Okay, next roll is an 8 again. And we'll do the 8. There we go. 6 and 9 are all on their own. There's a 7. Next roll. It's an 8. Ah, man. Didn't do it, but thank you for taking a bit of your time out of your Thanksgiving for the show here today, and we'll be back tomorrow for Black Friday special. But until then, happy Thanksgiving, and we'll see you next time. The week, tomorrow's the big holiday. First roll's a 7, and we'll take that off by itself. Okay, next one. It's a 4, and it's a double. We will do the 3 and the 1. Let's get that pesky 1 off the board early, which is a good strategy, because if we take off all the numbers except that, we cannot play on that 1. Next is a 10, and 6 and 4 is the only combination we can do. Next one, it's a 9 on its own. All right, next one is a 3, but that's marker saved us, and not this time, unfortunately. Just 3 numbers left on the board. Well, let's try again in round number 2. So here we go with that. Versus a 6. We'll do the 5 and the 1. Get those off the board. Alright, next roll. It's an 11. 9 and 2 is what we'll do. And I believe that's the only... Well, 7 and 4 would have been another option too. There's that 7. Speak of the devil. Next one. It's a 9. 6 and 3. Yep, is the only way that can go off the board. 1 chance to roll a 12 for 10,000. And it's a 7. Unfortunately. Oh man. Well, we get so close to that, but maybe next time we can do it, but you'll have to come back tomorrow then as we celebrate Halloween here. But until then, we'll see you next time. Hi again. Hope you all had a wonderful Independence Day yesterday. Hope you all got to see a fireworks show of some kind. Maybe set out a barbecue or any other summer fun like that. And now we get to continue our summer fun here on our next week of the High Roller show as we get ready to conclude our first week of July. And there's the snake eye is already coming off the board, and there's our first insurance marker. And we have an 11. We're going to do the 8 and the 3. Okay, and that makes 3 a bad roll. And just as I say it, it comes up. And the 6. Let's get that 5 and 1 off the board. That leaves 4, 6, 7, 9, 10, and 11 as good rolls. And there's the 6. We have another insurance marker. And actually, we get that marker right back. Next roll is a 4. And we're going to do that. All right, got to roll 7 or 9. 2 chances at that. And there's the 7. All right, 2 chances to roll a 9, and we can do it 2 days in a row. And there's the 5. Last roll, and a 3. Well, very close. All right, let's go again. Here we go. First roll is an 8. We're going to do that by itself. All right. Next up is an 11. We're going to do the 9 and 2. Okay, there those go. Next roll, an 8. We're going to do the 6. No, that'll add up to 9. So 5 and 3. Okay. And speaking of 9, that is a bad roll now. And as I say it, right as I say a bad roll, it has to come up. Well, I don't know why I'm jinxing myself, but that's the way it is. So, yeah. So, we'll be back again next week, and we will continue getting through the summer. But until then, thanks for watching, and have a wonderful weekend. Right, a $10,000 win rang in the new year. Let's see if we can ring in the new year even more now. We'll do the 2 and the 1 to clear that 3. Okay, next roll. It's a 5. And we'll clear the 5 on its own. Alright, next one. It's a 9. And we will clear the 9. Okay, next roll. It's a 6. We will clear the 6. Alrighty, next one. A 3. And that's the only way it comes off the board, just by itself. Okay, next roll is an 11. 7 and 4. Alright, one chance to roll an 8. Wow. Did it without any insurance markers. That is amazing. And that's also twice in a row. Can we make it 3 for 3? Let's find out in game number 2. Oh my goodness. Okay, we start with a 3. There, that goes off the board. Next roll is a 6. And we'll take the 6 off the board. Alright. Next roll is another 6. We'll do the 4 and the 2 off the board. Okay, next roll is a 5. And we will take the 5 off the board. Next roll is a 7. We'll do the 7 right off the board. Next up is another 7. Oh, we were so close. So close. Well, so close to clearing a number, I should say. But that didn't happen, sadly. But, well, we will be back tomorrow, and we will try this again. But until then, we'll see you then. Okay, we've made it to the end of the week. Here we go. We start with a 7. We'll clear the 6 and the 1. Clear those off the board. Next roll coming up, a 9. And we'll do the 9 on its own. Right? Next roll is a 6. Clear the 4 and the 2. Next one, a 12. 7 and 5 are the only 2 numbers. 11 will win us the 10,000. There's the 7. Let's try again. There's the 8. 2 chances at a 3. There's the 9. And there's a 4, but it's a double. We need it subtracted by 1. There's the 7. Oh my gosh, so close to winning the money. Well, can we do it in game number 2? However, let's find out. Alright, first roll up, a 6. Clear the 5 and the 1 off the board. Next roll is a 7. Clear that. Next roll, a 9. And we'll clear just that. Next roll, a 7 again. We'll do the 4 and the 3 off the board. Next roll, a 4. Ah, we didn't do it again, sadly, but come back next time and we'll start a whole new week. Until then, we'll see you next time. All right, we've made it to the end of the week. We start with the 6. We're going to take off the 5 and the 1. There they both go. Next roll coming up, it's another 5. We'll do the 3 and the 2. There they go as well. Next roll, it's a 9. And we will do that by itself. All right, next roll. And we find an 8. And we will do that. Off the board. Next roll coming right up. It's another 8, but it's a double. And it's a 5. What a shame. Okay, let's go ahead and start game number 2. Okay, first roll is a 9. And we will take off the 8 and the 1. And there they both go. Next roll is an 8 again. And we will do the 6 and the 2 this time. Okay, and there they go. Next roll is a 4. And we will do that. Okay, next roll is a 6. Unfortunately. Well, not the way I was hoping to close out the week, but join us again on Monday. And we will do this all over again. But until then, thank you for joining us, and have a great weekend. All right, we're getting ready to close out the week here. First up is a 3, and we will do just that. Okay, that's off the board. Next roll, it's a 5, and we'll do the 4 and the 1. Get those off the board. Next roll, it's a 5 again, and we'll do just that. All right, next one, it's a 7, and that's the only way it comes off the board. All right, next one, it's a 4, unfortunately, after we had just taken it off the board. Well, let's go ahead and play another round, and maybe we can do better this time, and I sure hope. All right, first roll, it's a 3, and we'll take off the 2 and the 1. Get those off the board. Next roll, it's a 6. And that's what we will do on its own as well. Okay, next one. It's another 6. Wow. Only 3 numbers went off the board, and then the 6 ends the game, just like that. Oh, such a shame. Well, we will be back tomorrow and close out the week, and I hope on a good note. But until then, we will see you next time. All right, Hump Day has come once again, and it's an 8 to get us started. We are going to take the 4, 3, and 1 off the board. Okay, we're off to a good start. Next roll is a 3, and right away, there goes the insurance part. And we have an 8 now. We'll take that naturally off the board. Next roll is a 7, and we will also, we'll actually do the 2 and the 5. We'll see how good of a move that was. Next we have a 6. All right, 7 and 9 are the only 2 numbers left on the board. And there's the 6 once again, unfortunately. Let's go ahead and start game number 2. The first roll is a 7, and we will do the 6 and the 1. And there they go, off the board. Next roll is a 10, and it's a double. So we will do the 5, 3, and 2. Take all 3 off the board. All right. Next is a 7. We can only take it naturally off. So 4, 8, 9, and 12 are the only good rolls left. And there's the 8. Now we're just left with a natural 9 and 4. We have 2 chances to roll either of those 2. And there's a 6. So there goes that insurance marker. And there's